to go. All right, everybody, if you wouldn't mind turning on your microphone so everybody will be able to hear us at home. And I'd like to welcome everybody to this work session at South Kingstown Town Council. We are meeting with the Economic Development Committee and the Recreation Commission tonight in order to talk about some of the plans that have been developing around the Saugatucket Park and improvements along the whole course of the river there. Really exciting stuff. I don't know who in particular wants to lead off this conversation. All right, Dave, you take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's Dave Pelzetti. I'm the chairman of the Recreation Commission. I want to thank the town council for having this work session in response to our letter. I think this will give you the opportunity to see a little more details of what you've already supported, and we'd really greatly appreciate the support, both for the grant applications that we've received, the ones that we've submitted, and also for the funds you've already committed towards this project. So we greatly appreciate that. And the partnership that we have with the Economic Development Committee as well, I think is great. It's a great example of how we can work together and kind of a little force multiplier of our different groups to support not just the parks, but the entire town. I mean, obviously this is going to help the park users, but what we're doing with the watershed is really contributing to the sustainability of the watershed, of the Saugatucket River watershed, and we're really hopeful we can get the support of DOT and some other agencies to help us keep the water clean. And I'd like to introduce Rex Eberly to provide some of the background.
Good evening. Thanks for having us tonight. Rex Eberly, I'm Interim Director of Parks and Recreation. So I'll give you a little kind of a brief recap of how we get to where we are tonight. Back in 2019, as we do with all of our parks, we look at our 5-year capital plan for park improvements and rehab. And we saw Saugatucket Park as needing some work, especially the walking path around the perimeter, knowing that there were some trip hazards, the asphalt was falling apart and everything. So at that time, we put $30,000 in our capital program for that. And in the meantime, we became made aware of a DEM grant that was available, an 80-20 match. And we looked at the park and we said, wow, this would really be a nice time to make other improvements that we've wanted to make over time, but we haven't had the funding to do it. So we looked at the basketball court, and knowing that needed to be replaced and expanded to a multi-use court. We looked at the fencing, the old falling apart chain link fence that's overgrown with poison ivy and bittersweet. And so we included all of those items in addition to the walking path in our grant application. We were awarded the application. And then simultaneously, while this was going on, we became aware that the EDC was also looking at the park and had some ideas based on the URI studio class that came up with a number of plans for the park, and very interesting plans. And so we got together with the EDC and we looked at where we were with the park, what we envisioned for the park, and what the EDC had was thinking about for the park. And we came together because in all of this time, we became aware of the fact that, and thanks to Rich Youngkin here, who brought forward some plans, that the park was originally designed by the Olmsted brothers, Frederick Law Olmsted, father of landscape architecture. So we looked at that plan and we said, wow, this would be a great opportunity to revitalize the park with the original vision of the Olmsted plan in mind. And so that's kind of where we are today. We've Randy Collins, local landscape architect, has come up with a conceptual plan for the park based on meetings that we've had with the EDC, with a working group amongst recreation staff, myself, landscape architect from URI, members of the EDC, and we've come up with what we feel is a great start to a plan for the park with future development in mind, such as stormwater management and expansion beyond just the park itself. So with that being said, I'll let Larry Fish take over. Thank you.
Larry Fish from the EDC. I would like to thank the council for their time tonight. We'll make this as quick as possible. This is a result, as he said, of Professor Will Green's URI class from several years ago that met with and worked with the EDC. And I think it's interesting to note that Lewis F. Bell Eric Bell's great-great-grandfather, who originally built the Wakefield School, the Peacedale School, the Hazard School, the original South County Hospital, along with the Bell Block in town, brought the Olmsted brothers here, and his family still owns property, the Bell Block, and the EDC believes the project will enhance the economic prosperity of Main Street and will promote much more activity and events in the park. This concept has been endorsed by the Wakefield Village Association, Hera Gallery, Tamaquag Museum, the Friends of the Saugatucket, the Sustainability Committee, the Veterans, just to name a few. I'd like to thank our subcommittee of Susan Marcus and Brian Smith along with the EDC, along with Will Litvin from the Rec Commission and Rex Everly of the Rex Department for all their hard work. And of course, Joanne Esposito, who's our of council. An extra special thanks go to our volunteer experts, town residents, Randy Collins, who you'll meet tonight, who's a landscape architect with Beta Engineering, Paul Jordan, our GIS wizard from DEM, and is also a member of the planning board, Maria Mack from the planning board, Will Green of URI, and Rich Youngkin, our historian. Now, with further ado, go ahead, Randy, make your presentation.
Thank you, Larry. Again, my name is Randy Collins, a resident landscape architect as well. Rex did a great job of giving you sort of an overview of where this all started and how it got going. And what I really want to do is just walk you through sort of what was the aha moment in the development of the plan and sort of how that all got to where it is today as far as some of the details go. So what's before you is a existing condition. So that's what it looks like in the aerial. That is the first page, yep. Yep. Okay, you can go to that colored plan again, please. So next one. So I've got this, we took basically the base survey, we colored it up, and the purposes of doing that, you'll see at the end, it's so that I can show you a comparison between the two plans. Next slide. So this is the plan that Rich Youngkin sort of uncovered through some of his resources. And one of the interesting thing about it is that when you look at this plan in context with what's out there today, you realize that there's a lot of the same plan. So this is one of the drawings produced out of the Olmsted Brothers studio. And it shows the Saugatucket River. It shows the big oval, not exactly shaped like an oval, but roughly speaking. And it shows to the right of the screen where the Wakefield Elementary School is, and at the top of the screen is High Street, and then of course on the other side of the park is Saugatucket River. Next. So what we did is we took our base plan and overlaid it on top of the Olmsted Brothers plans and found that indeed that the vast majority of the path, the walking path out there is pretty much as designed and as built following the Olmsted Brothers plans. But we also noticed a couple of other things that weren't exactly done, that were done, we think, but were undone at some point. So if you see looking at the middle left at about 10 or 11 o'clock in the oval, right about there, there's a tree, but the walkway kind of bumps out around the tree as opposed to the other, and if you could just toggle back to the Olmsted Brothers plan, you can see that's sort of a smoother arc there. The other thing you'll notice on this plan is that from that arc that I was just pointing to, there's sort of an island in the middle, and then the branch of the walkway goes out to High Street further to the downtown Wakefield side than the current plan does. Let's toggle back, please. And so one of the interesting things when I was meeting Rex out there one day, because he was talking about the basketball court, is I had mentioned the Olmsted Brothers plan, and it had that spur. There's a photograph that I'm going to show you in a little bit that was actually, we believe, was actually constructed at one time and maybe undone for some reason, because you can almost see the basis of the path that is out there today. Next slide, please. The other interesting thing is there's the rectangle that you see is the basketball court. If you can look through that, you'll see sort of an arc that sort of wraps around the top left of it. That's the edge of the river during the time in the early 30s when the park was being planned and also being constructed. Next slide. So here's that existing conditions photograph, that gravel in the foreground, and you can see it sort of going off into the park. When it's not been as rainy of a year and the grass isn't doing as well, you'll actually be able to see what looks like path out there. And when we overlaid our base plan on top of that, it lines up very close to the path that we believe was once there. And the basketball court in this photograph, which was at the time when it was originally built, was part of the river. Next slide, please. So here is the existing condition, and what I'd ask you to look at is that area that we just talked about around the basketball court and the path going off, but also look over by Sari Sanctuary, and you see how the path sort of pins together, but it doesn't complete the oval loop. Next slide, please. This would be the proposed plan. So the vast majority of the path would be redone in place where it currently is because it matches up with the original design from the Olmsted Brothers. And this plan contemplates completing the oval over by Sari Sanctuary, reestablishing what we believe was the path that went to High Street down at the location by the basketball court, and then having the basketball court move slightly towards High Street so we can create a space where you see that yellowish color that can be a stormwater improvement, a rain garden, so some nature of a more bio-retention type of stormwater facility to help take care of what we hope is not just the stormwater running off of the basketball court, but in looking at the bigger picture and making more holistic improvements to stormwater within the Saugatucket, being able to have that something that can maybe take a little bit of the stormwater off of maybe High Street. So that's part of what the concept is. So that's a quick overview. The other things that I think are worth mentioning that we're looking further into is reestablishing the walkway in the way it was originally designed. The trees are kind of hiding it. Up at the top of the slide at the 12 o'clock, that also had an island in the middle where the paths come together. So we're looking at that. And then we're also looking at the edge along High Street. And one of the things that in the Olmsted plan, it showed a line of trees along that edge. It actually showed a wall as part of the plan. Now, we're still trying to get some background if the wall was ever built. I'm suspecting that it probably wasn't, because if it were, that's a pretty significant structure to remove. But stranger things have happened when you've gone from an old gravel road from the 30s to a macadam road with sidewalks and that. So we're still looking into old photographs. But maybe we're establishing some sort of edge, whether it's a wall or whether it's a low hedge of some sort, some of the other features that we're looking into. And Rex had also mentioned expanding, and maybe looking at other connections that we can make. But this being the center point, and really being the center point around the river, the downtown, and taking an Olmsted Brothers plan, and the father of landscape architects, to be able to create something really special that we could recognize as part of both economic development as well as recreation, both passive and active within the town. So with that, I'm going to kick it back to Mr. Fish.
Thank you, Randy. We've already applied for our first SNAP grant, and I'm moving the stones and to uncover many other grant opportunities. Obviously, this might involve more funds from the council, but we're thrilled with your financial support so far. It is our hope to uncover the state and federal grants to fund the majority of the project, many of which we already have in our sights. When have you ever heard the Rec Committee, the EDC, the Planning Board, the Sustainability Committee, all involved in a single town project? I've been involved in this for over 25 years and I haven't heard of one. I don't recall one. This is a project that has broad support across the board. We ask for the council's blessing and encouragement to continue our course, the next step being a public meeting such as this one to show our plan, to listen to the abutters, listen to the general public, listen to their suggestions, tweak and enhance what the design and the concept that you've seen here tonight. With the public input, we hope to bring this vision to you for final approval after the public hearing. This is just the first step to revitalizing the Saugatucket River and enhancing its park in downtown. So in other words, we don't want to go down a rabbit hole if we don't have your backing. And we're more than willing to carry the heavy load to get it to its end. But we're at the point where we don't want to go any further without the council's blessing. All right, thank you. Any questions from anybody, or I guess the public at large, right?
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I know you mentioned a number of names there at the beginning. If there's any one who's also been involved sort of in this process, I see Richie there. If you want to talk at all about Olmsted and or give us a little more background, please.
I'm Richie Youngkin, and I'm happy to be here. And it's terrific to see the Recreation Commission and the Economic Development Commission working together. And I'd like to say that the Historic District Commission is with you as well. I mean, that's from my perspective. I'd have to talk to my people, but I'm the chair of that commission. So Frederick Law Olmsted is the father of American landscape architecture, and he is widely known. I think you all know about Central Park and his work there. And I think what's really interesting at this point is that Vernon Helm and others, such as Louis Bell, were involved to some degree with getting URI, the college, Rhode Island College, to locate in Kingston. And guess what? The Olmsted firm is hired to do the central campus quadrangles. And that happens before this park gets developed. In fact, it happens in the late 1890s. So there is a background, there is a connection with the Olmsteds. They actually worked in Peacedale and they actually worked in Wakefield as well. Shadow Farm, for instance, is an estate that was designed by the Olmsteds. So they had a connection here to begin with. But what's really great is Louis Bell and his work and how Vernon Helm gets connected with him, and they strategize at the time that the Wakefield School is being built. This is as early as 1908 or so, when the shingle Wakefield School gets built on that side of the river. And the Olmsteds get hauled in to do some design work on the school grounds. I thought that was incredible. And also, 20 years later, you find them in 1930, in the height of the Depression, being called in to work on Saugatucket Park. So what a vision that is when you think about it, this little community. I mean, think about what Wakefield and Peacedale are like in 1930. There's some great things that have been done. The hospital has been built. Main Street looks sort of like it did. It does now, actually. It did then. The Sheldon building had been moved. The Bell Block had been built. I think that the business people, the community, the merchants were all really looking at an incredible place that they wanted to create. The Hazards led the way a little bit in Peacedale, and the Village Green apparently was a little bit of a great example as a small park. And Vernon Helm was very much interested in that. Vernon Helm is a Kingston person. So here we have a Kingston person thinking about Wakefield. He was also the superintendent of schools. That's how he gets in touch with Louis Bell. I think they all knew each other really well. It was a small place. But to get the Olmsteds to come here and design a public park is a big deal for a small town. And they talked in their letters about how this would benefit Main Street, that it was a way to get people interested in Main Street. I think they were thinking about Wilcox Park a little bit down in Westerly. That had been designed and built already in the early 1900s. Warren Manning was the designer of that park. He was a Frederick Law Olmsted protege. He worked in the firm. So I think these things are all coming together for us. And it's just, I think, fabulous that we found these records. I mean, part of it is due to COVID in a way. The Olmsted firm left their records at Brookline at Fairstead, which is the Olmsted house. And during COVID, the National Park Service began to digitize all of what they could find up there. And lo and behold, more plans showed up for Saugatucket Park. So there are quite a few plans. I think there are 11 plans. Erica Luke got going and found stuff at the Library of Congress, and she's found stuff at URI and in her records at the South County History Center. So we're pulling all of that together. What I wanted to talk to you about a little bit tonight is this is of great interest in terms of the Wakefield National Register Historic District, which abuts the park. So the thought that we've had is maybe we should amend the district boundaries and enlarge the district so we have Main Street and the park in the district together. And we're sort of thinking and working on that too. It's a great advantage in terms of grant seeking. If you have an historic cultural property that's listed in the register, you get extra points in all the DEM guidelines for awarding grants. And I think it would be a great benefit to get money, frankly, coming in from outside. It's also great PR to have an Olmsted Park in a tiny town. I mean, we're not a big city. We're not, New York. We're not Cincinnati. We're not, Cleveland. We're not any of the great big cities that the Olmsted designed parks for. We're not even Newport, right? We're just little Wakefield. And, it's going to be a big deal, I think. So thank you.
Thank you. Great. So any discussion up here? Of course, we can't make any decisions. It's just a work session, but happy to hear thoughts on what we've heard tonight. I guess the request is to schedule a public hearing. Mike, can we schedule a public hearing without that violating? We can talk about at least scheduling. Okay. So how do people feel about holding a public hearing in regard to the?
Yeah, I think it's a great plan. It's a great meeting with you, and we appreciate the presentation. We think this will do great things for the downtown village area of Wakefield, and I'm in full support, and I'm happy to have a public hearing at the next meeting. I think that's August 10th, if we can do that.
August 10th sound good for everybody else? You guys can get your folks here for August 10th? It's middle of the summer. I know not everybody's around, but great. It sounds like we'll make that happen. And I want to thank everybody who's put so much time into this. Obviously, URI has been involved with the landscape architects, the historical perspective, economic development, the Rec Commission. It's great to see everybody working together, pulling in the same direction.
When we have the public hearing, we'd like to invite the stakeholders, the property abutters, and that kind of thing directly, like we did when we first did the URI class project in an intimate setting, not as much a formal setting. So we were kind of thinking maybe at the Contemporary Theater where we had it before, it's a public hearing. And but I don't know what the protocol is, but that's how we started with this project. It's more a listening session,
Yep.
and nothing is going to come of it other than other ideas and input, which is what we want to hear from the community and the abutters. And then the technical committee will then take those ideas and try to meld them in to the presentation you saw tonight. And then we'd come back to you guys for a formal adoption of the plan. So I don't know how that whether it has to be in here. If it has to, fine.
My advice would be, in conferring with Susan here, we need to have the meeting here because we have all the technology here, and then there are the issues of the handicapped access, et cetera.
Yeah.
So it really does have to be here.
Okay.
Terry, you had some.
Just to add a point to this, the council has already supported the capital plan for Saugatucket Park and improvements to Saugatucket Park. So you've already expressed support for improvements of that area. You've also already approved the SNEP grant application as well as a year-end transfer of additional funding. I think maybe a listening session. I wouldn't say necessarily a public hearing is required because it's already in the capital plan, but it's entirely up to the council.
Well, that sounds more conducive to having something at the Contemporary Theater if that was the vision that you guys had, you know, as a listening session. I don't know if we still, I mean, if we're going to have all 5 of the council members there, we do still have to advertise that. Yeah.
Concerned about access. You know, if it's going to be a council meeting, we need to make sure we're providing access. That's ADA compliant, and I don't know. I'm a little uncomfortable moving forward, not in this venue.
Okay. Let's put our heads together. Maybe we can have a conversation after the meeting and can decide how to schedule this.
We can talk with Terry. I think it's fine to do it here. I think the intent is that it's, I think to Terry's point, it's more of a listening session. We really want to hear what people have to say. We don't want to force this down anybody's, you know, throat at all. We appreciate and obviously want to honor what the Olmsted brothers are doing, but things have changed in the last 70, 80 years, and we might be able to do things to make improvements upon that. And we want to hear that from the towns, from the citizens. I also just wanted to point out that at the last Recreation Commission, we did have a motion of support for inclusion in the historic district. So the Rec Commission is also in support of including that property as part of the historic district for downtown for all the reasons mentioned. But it is an opportunity for us, especially with the basketball court that wasn't there, to make some improvements there, maybe for a small seating area, stage area that can be used multi-purpose along with the basketball court, along with pickleball courts and other things. So we want to hear what folks are interested in and then roll that in with the stormwater work and the other. And tie it into the bike path. And a connection to the bike path. So it's a longer term thing, but right now we have money from the DEM grant to do some work and we want to move forward with that. But then these are other components that we can add on afterwards.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing and what actually might get you more input from the community is if you do have it at Contemporary Theater Company, but maybe it's not an official town meeting. And I know, you know, having attended such events there, you get some great lively audiences and a little more participation than we typically see in our public hearings here, unfortunately. So it might be something that, you know, is almost put together by a group of volunteers, like a combination of members of these different committees that have been working on it with the help of the CTC. And then you gather that public input, you know, send us a recap of all that, you know, if it changes your plans at all. Does that sound?
Yeah, we can do that through the subcommittee that you guys have set up.
Right.
And once we get all the input and we process it through the subcommittee and the technical committee, then we'll come back just like this to a presentation to you that will have the public's input.
That sounds great. And I do want to hear more about the idea. I don't know what the actual process is for getting that historical designation for the park itself. Does that come through the HDC, or is that something that, looking forward to hearing more about that process.
That was my question too. What is involved in the process in adding that park to the Historic District Commission? Is it a cumbersome? Yeah, thanks, Richard. Is it a cumbersome is it quick? Because it's really compelling when you say that we can really utilize more grants. And so what's involved?
Again, it's Richard Youngkin. I live in Peacedale. Actually, it's not a complicated process. And I think that Joanna Doherty, who's the staff person at the Rhode Island Preservation Commission, and myself, we could work on this. It requires a meeting with the Preservation Commission, the State Preservation Commission. And it also requires because you are the property owners, your approval to go ahead with that. But what we need to do in the near term is just accumulate a little bit more information, decide exactly what the district boundaries will be. We don't want to include the school. The school is actually on the same lot as the park, but we don't want to include the school building. So it will be very simple. It'll just, if you can imagine that oval, it'll just include that oval to the river and to High Street. And we have to figure out whether we want to take the bridge, go to the bridge that goes across, not include the bridge, but just to the bridge and down to the dam. So those are some of the questions that it's sort of like a technical question that Joanna and I have to wrestle with. And then we present it to the State Preservation Commission. And if they approve it, then we just do a little, it's very simple. It's not like an individual nomination because it's a district. You just have to write up a little bit about Saugatucket Park, like a page at the most. And that's probably too much. And then that gets included in the existing write-up on Wakefield Historic District. So it's very small. It's a very tidy kind of thing to do. And I think we can accomplish that between us, and I will volunteer my services to do that. So we don't want to make it a big deal. And I think we do have a lot of information already, so I don't know if there's too much more research we have to do even.
Thank you. So Terry, would someone on the council send you a communication item asking, the council to consider including the park in the Historic District Commission? Does it need a communication from us to put it on the agenda, and then we could vote on it at a future meeting?
I would think it would be a recommendation from the Recreation Commission to consider it and put forth a resolution for the council to consider. Because it's a park purview, and they've supported it already. So now the next step would be putting forth to the council for your consideration. I think that would be the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have gotten to 7 o'clock, so I think we should get into the review of the agenda tonight. But thank you all for coming and presenting. Very exciting stuff. I think you can count on our support. Right. Yeah, listed on our agenda. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, even though it wasn't on the agenda, we can do it? All right. Is Joanne Blessing here for an interview? Yes. Yes. So
Hi,
it's
I'm Joanne Blessing.
welcome.
Thank you.
If you could just remember to speak into the microphone. We're having a little trouble hearing up here because we have fans behind us. So thank you for coming, for being willing to continue to serve in the Rec Commission. Tell us about your experience so far, or why you want to continue doing it.
I've served on the Rec Commission since 2006. I've lived in this community since, if you include my time at URI, since 1983. So I'm a big believer in giving back to the community. So this is an excellent way to serve and something that I believe in strongly in terms of having open space, having parks and healthy places for people to participate here. My kids have all grown up and been part of a lot of the camps and, little leagues and flag football and tennis programs, as well as, traveled through the school system as well. So it's, my way of giving back and trying to protect these places that are so important to our community. So.
Very good. Other questions for Joanne?
I just have one, the usual favorite project you've completed on that commission. What can you pick one, or are there too many?
Well, we've had many, and but probably the one that stands out the most is our new recreational facility. I was lucky enough to be the president of the Rec Commission when we did the ribbon cutting for that, and we worked with Andy Nada as well as Terry Murphy to get that taken care of. And as you know, that was a long time in the making, and a real community effort with all the bonds and planning. And I think it's really a showpiece now, and a great place where our community can gather and have some healthy activity, a place where kids can come after school and enjoy healthy activities, sports. We can have high school basketball games there, play tennis and pickleball there. It's just, that's probably one of the biggest feathers in the recreation department's cap, I would say.
Thank you.
Other questions for Joanne? All right. Well, thank you again for being willing to serve. I think we can be sure to let you know quickly. Don't have to stick around unless you want to, though.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Terry, you want to take us through this agenda?
Sure. Good evening. We do have quite a few items on the agenda this evening. Starting with licenses, we have one for the South County Luxury Cinemas. That is item A, and you should have that in your packets. I don't think there's anything unusual about that particular application. We have two beverage licenses for the South County Chamber of Commerce for two separate fundraisers, items B and C, under licenses as well. Under public hearings, we have a public hearing for a liquor license for Taj Indian Restaurant and Bar. As you recall, they received their victualling license at the last meeting, I believe. And Susan, this requires further action in terms of the actual type of liquor license, Class B. It would have to be added as an additional one to the ordinance for liquor licenses. We have a second public hearing that is in relation to a CDBG grant involving the Welcome House and Westerly Area Rest Meals. It is for an acquisition of the Welcome House by Warm, and they will be running that program if they do acquire it, if they get the grant, under the same mission as the Welcome House. And we do have, we have Brian Wagner here, our senior planner, to go over that prior to the public hearing. And we also have representation from Westerly Area Rest Meals available to answer any questions. Item C is another public hearing, and that's in relation to the cottage zoning and the change to the ordinance. Our planning director will be here to present that, and then that will take place following his description of that change. And then item D is the public hearing related to the American Rescue Plan funding program, which you have received a packet on, and we will present our proposal, and then the public and council are welcome to ask questions and comment. If there are no questions, we have a couple of communication items. Item B related to the Green Hill Beach signage, and we have had our Public Services Department look at that sign. We have made a replacement to the sign, although there will be additional notations added. I've talked to our Public Services Director today to provide clearer direction at that right-of-way in Green Hill. Item D is an email requesting a waiver of penalty on a late tax payment from a resident. We do have information from our tax collector's office that indicates that there was due diligence done in attempting to reach this property owner. Several times there was a incorrect address on the property sales deed, and that slowed the process of getting the tax bill to the correct address. It was corrected. However, in the meantime, the resident relocated from New York City to South Kingstown. What I would make sure to point out is that the state law does require collection of taxes regardless of whether a bill has been sent or received, that it is still by state law necessary for payment to be made. We have item G, which the council will need to consider, a proclamation from the Warren Town Council of International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples and a land acknowledgement statement adopted on July 13th. So you'll need to take that into consideration. You'll also note that there is a communication from Tim Murphy, the president of the South Kingstown Library Board of Trustees, expressing concern regarding the parking for the Kingston Free Library. You will recall at the last meeting that you had asked that we enter into some discussions with URI to see if there's some possibility of retaining parking. We have since had a meeting with representatives from the university actually this morning. Two of our council members were present, as well as two of our state legislators, the Library Board of Trustees chair and the library director and myself had a lengthy discussion. Still working on trying to get to a point where we will be able to retain some parking on the campus side for the Kingston Library. It's still in discussion. So that's where we're at with that particular issue. I don't know if either of the council members who were in attendance want to add anything at this time. Okay. And item I is a request from Councilwoman Bergner requesting a resolution to recognize members of the Union Fire District for saving the life of a man and his dog from a fire. I believe that was in March of this year. And there was also a recent news item last week recognizing UFD recognizing our brave firefighters. Okay, and then appointments, you have the option to do the Recreation Commission reappointment, and you also have in your packets a number of questions related to the interview for the school committee applicants. I believe there are upwards of 40 questions. So you can decide whether or not you want to have the discussion this evening and hammer out which questions you like, or if you want to take more time and come up with your top 5 or 10 questions each, and then they can be represented to you at a later date so you have time to really vet them out. Entirely up to the council, but that's on this evening's agenda as well. New business, item A is, this is the town liquor license that I was speaking about, to be able to add an additional Class B license to the current rules and regulations. And we have an abatement of taxes from the tax assessor related to the recent tax bills that did go out to the community. It's not unusual that there are some various either clerical errors or people have since sold vehicles. And so there's communication back and forth to the tax assessor's office correcting certain records. And then we have a number of bid awards from the Public Services Department. You'll see item D, E, F are all related to public services. If there are no questions on those, item G is a bid award to Martone Service Company to do some painting of the and rehab of the Peacedale office building, which is in desperate need. Just as a reminder, the Peacedale office building fund is self-sustaining. We have another item H, which is a recommendation also from our Public Services Director for a mission alarm system. And that is, right now, that's an emergency procurement. And then I is our a resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency. As you know, the governor has extended the state declaration, so we are suggesting that ours be extended until, until the governor's executive order expires. I will note that what's not on here is the extension of the executive order for the administrative leave, COVID-19 administrative leave for town employees. We have not had any instance of use or need for that leave, and at this time, it's my recommendation that that not be continued. And then finally, you have an closed executive session.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions on tonight's agenda?
Abel, if I may, just a reminder, if you in fact decide to grant a liquor license to Taj, you'll close that public hearing, then go to new business 12A, vote to add a license, then go back so that you have a license to grant if the council goes in that direction.
Oh, yeah. Terry.
Just one more item, and it's related to the Open Meetings Act. As you know, effective last Friday, the executive order related to remote participation on the part of any board or council members, commission members, has ended. This evening, you have a hybrid meeting. Public is allowed to participate via Zoom, but board members, council members, applicants have to be in person. It's up to the council how they want to proceed forward. What I would say is that at this time, we have this type of ability to run a hybrid meeting. It's not entirely effective with the limited technology that we have. Going forward, if you were to consider that, we would need time to purchase additional cameras and technology and potentially staffing to be able to cover these meetings on the technological side in order to really effectively run a hybrid meeting where the public could continue to participate via Zoom. What I will also remind you is that these meetings are live streamed via Clerkbase. The public is able to view these meetings live. Something to keep in mind, but that's something that council may want to discuss and consider as well.
Yeah, sure.
Terry, is public access, is that back in business yet, the Cox?
They cannot, when we're doing Zoom and the public access are not compatible. And I can ask Lori if I'm correct on that. So until we end Zoom, we cannot begin public access. We can, if Zoom participation ends effective this week, we can go back to running through public access.
So yeah, I think that this is a discussion we can have without necessarily having an agenda item. Talk about public access and Zoom versus that. Is that all right? how do people here feel about continuing with Zoom as an avenue for people to participate, or whether we would choose to move away from Zoom to having our sessions televised once again?
I just have a quick note. One of our applicants for school committee is unavailable to come in. Before he had planned a trip to see his grandchildren prior to our announcing that we were looking for applicants. He is available to interview via Zoom. I would hope that we could make that work, whether it's just for that one meeting. I do think that all applicants need to be given a chance here, and I don't want to count anybody out just because of an access issue.
All right, let's hold that thought. In the broader conversation, do we think that Zoom is a priority? Terry also, I think, gave us a communication at some point that said it would cost something on the order of $75,000 to make the improvements.
That's correct.
Necessary.
Equipment, and then also staffing in order to cover that. We would need someone on staff to be able to facilitate the technology in those meetings.
Did the cost of, so we used to have someone operating the camera, right? The cost is not comparable as far as labor?
Not quite. You would need someone that has a little higher level in terms of technology and ability to operate the Zoom, as well as 3 cameras that will be involved, and connecting it to the system that runs the live feed. Am I correct? Okay. Just want to make sure.
I've always been a proponent of the cable access because I felt like people who were not technologically savvy or didn't have access to the equipment, most people had a TV and some kind of basic cable, which afforded them the ability to view us live. I still feel that way. Zoom is a great tool, but it still puts the burden on people who do not have the technology. They still cannot access us. And that was my, I don't know, my underlying reasoning for being very adamant about keeping the cable access. And I still feel that way. I mean, there are people in this community who don't have computers or
Right.
internet access.
We do have we have a commitment to continue paying for, it's funded through the budget. The council has supported that using the public access option. And it would still be streamed via clerk-based, so people would still be able to, if they'd rather on a laptop but public
have the
access is
equipment,
right.
It's an equipment issue with me and an internet access.
Correct.
Right. All of those methods that you're saying require internet access.
That's right.
Cable TV, most people, there is that basic plan that Cox offers for people who cannot afford more, right? They have access to the cable.
That's right.
All right, other thoughts?
So the $75,000 for the technology improvements, that would allow us to do both later on, but we're picking right now how we would like it to be? Because I agree with Councilwoman Kelso that public access provides a broad audience that probably isn't accessing Zoom. So, but is what's the?
So I'm going to ask Lori Fox to come up and give you the difference, because as I understand it, we can't have both at the same time because of the.
Ever or just right now?
Hi, good evening. So the public access station takes a different sort of signal than what Zoom does. So Zoom and most of our equipment is more of a high definition, like you have right now with TVs that are high def. Public access is low def. So we have to use equipment that basically compacts the signal and gets the information and the picture and the audio, video down to their location in Ashaway, Rhode Island. I've spoken to a couple of vendors with an option of doing Zoom and potentially public access, and they said it's something they need to look into. They would not give me 100% certainty, but they said it's something they can look at. I've also spoken to public access to see if they're gonna be, potentially upgrading equipment. They just moved to Ashaway actually during the whole COVID pandemic. And I was hoping that they were gonna be upgrading some of their equipment, but that didn't happen. So I do know of one other community that's been trying to work with them. So it's a possibility. I can't say it's 100%, but it's a possibility. But as Terry mentioned, we're looking at adding additional cameras. So like right now, you're getting side views of people, and we're not zooming in to different folks who are speaking. We'd be able to do that. We could potentially put a fourth camera behind the council so it would get the person who's speaking and addressing you. So it has a number of options. It also allows us to pan and tilt, and also what they call kind of fade in. So as we're switching to someone presenting off of a laptop, we can pan and fade in with that. So it's a possibility. I can't say with 100% certainty. If we eliminate Zoom, we're back to the way we were pre-COVID, which we'll be able to broadcast live to public access for folks watching on TV. And we could still send a DVD to them.
So I think what I'm hearing for the time being is we'll go back to the before COVID days, start broadcasting, and wait to hear more on, what the potential is for adding remote participation in the future at some point.
Yeah, so if I can give a plug, that's part of the American Rescue Act before the council this evening as well. There's funding in there. The one thing it doesn't include, as Terry mentioned, would be for additional staff to be here to run the equipment, which we would be looking at putting just outside this room, because right now everything is in that little closet up on the dais, and it gets very warm in there on nights like tonight.
Go ahead.
Just was going to say that perhaps a URI student who's studying film, we could reach out to the Harrington School of Communication and see if it would be an ongoing internship that we could maybe rotate through and provide some experiential learning.
Excellent point. That was something that I had thought of as well. I thought it would be a great, job for someone who wants to go into AV or film or production. And it's a little extra spending money for a student. So thank you.
I can talk to you about it later if you want.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, very good. Any one final question maybe on the agenda for tonight? If not, we're getting close to 7:30 here.
Terry, quick question for you. Outlines in the recommendation from the town manager, you said you have here $100,000 investment to update audio visual in town council chambers. If we decide, which it seems that we have, to return back to pre-COVID ways of running meetings, will we be making that $100,000 investment?
That's entirely up to the council, but what I would say is, regardless of your decision to possibly switch to Zoom or remote participation, the technology is necessary in terms of what if this happens again, God forbid, or there's some other type of reason that precludes the public from being able to, or any of us from being able to be in person, that we ought to be prepared for that type of activity if necessary.
All right, thank you. And that does take us right to 7:30. So I would like to, are we ready to go, Susan? Hello, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Monday, July 26th. The time is 7:30. Our first order of business is the pledge to the flag. Please rise and join us. Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Good evening. Council President Collins,
Here.
Council Vice President McEntee,
Here.
Councilwoman Bergner,
Here.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Here.
Councilwoman Rose.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. Item 4 on our agenda is the approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 4A, B, and C.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item 5, the consent agenda.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously, and that brings us very quickly to item 6, licenses. 6A is a resolution granting a victualling, holiday sales, and theater licenses to all South County Luxury Cinemas. Doing business as all South County Luxury Cinemas. That's of Wakefield, subject to approval by the Union Fire District and Rhode Island Department of Health. Application by Harold Plan of 23 Greystone Road, Nahant, Massachusetts, or anybody else representing him. Please step up to the podium, sir.
How are you tonight?
Doing very well. Welcome.
Nice warm evening.
Yes. Just make sure to speak right into that microphone. Sometimes
Sure.
it's a little tricky. So tell us about the cinema.
We, my partner here, Bill Doherty, and another partner, Bill Haney, who operates the Theater by the Sea, is also involved with us. I've been in the motion picture business for about 45 plus years, working for major companies around the country. I also lived in South America for 3 years, developing cinemas for an Australian company. Obviously love the business. In 2015, I elected to leave everything I was doing and purchased a theater in Mystic, Connecticut with Mr. Doherty. And we took that theater from doing about 50,000 admissions up to about 145,000. We renovated it 100%, put all luxury seating in it, improved the sound. But most of all, we operated it in a manner that really treats every guest quite nicely. And that's important to us, that guests, and they are guests of ours, are treated well. About sometime in March, Bill and I had a conversation about South Kingstown. It had been closed for 12 months. I knew the ownership, Joe O'Donnell and Your Neighborhood Theaters. And I kind of learned that Joe was going to walk away from some theaters where he owed a lot of rent. Because that's what happened when in the pandemic, when you have no income coming in, it gets hard to pay your rent. So rents have built up all over the country at theaters. South Kingstown is close to Mystic. Kind of fit in the wheel well. Bill Doherty had worked on the old Narragansett Theater on the pier for many years. His dad was in the business. I gave a call to the landlord and said, look, we're interested. And I told him what we can do, what we did in Mystic, that we would diversify the programming to include ballet and operas and more kid and family movies, and do event programming, a one-night event, and just create a very diversified programming schedule. I also told them that we would upgrade the theater with luxury seating, and make some other adjustments. We'd like to, and we will apply for a liquor license, which we have in Mystic. We think that the area is ripe for a luxury theater. You got nothing within, 25 miles. Obviously, the theater, the Redstone Theater to the north in Greenwich, which someday will get renovated quite nicely. And if you go south, it's really the next theater is in Stonington, Mystic, although there's a new downtown theater in Westerly called the United that somebody put a lot of money into to do, I think, film, live theater, and everything else. That pretty much is the story. We want to be good cinema operators in South Kingstown. We think that we're going to deliver quite a nice theater come December. Our intention is to open as soon as we can. We'd like to open Friday night and operate the theater, get a feel for it while we develop different trades that we're going to have to do to bring in and get a set of plans drawn on the structural change that is necessary on the stadium area. We have to make a little bit of a structural change on the stadium so that we can create 6-foot row spacing for the luxury chairs. We're excited for it. Bill Doherty, my partner's excited. Rajmi Hazar, who's been with us in Mystic for I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years, is going to be the general manager over here, and he's got a real love for film and a real love for customer relations. So that's pretty much it. We're happy to be here. We hope you're happy to have us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just a brief comment. I have visited the theater in Mystic, and I highly recommend it.
Thank you. We're very proud of what we've done. And Bill's the one who's there all the time, and he just does a marvelous job with people.
All right, very good. Do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve.
Excuse me,
6A.
Bill's been very anxious to say hello to you guys.
Yeah, please.
I tend to be the sappy partner, but I just wanted to convey to the council and to the town of South Kingstown. I've been in the business since I was 3 years old. I was that little boy that my dad brought me into the Palace Theater in Danbury when I was 3 years old, and all I've ever wanted to do was be in the theater business. But my dad passed away several years ago, and he was in the business his entire life. And here's what I'd like to convey to the town, something my dad reminded me. My partner and I will own the seats and the screens, the projectors, the popcorn machine. The landlord owns the building, but folks, this theater belongs to this community. And that got lost many years ago over there. So my partner and I, we're happy to be here. We are excited to be here. And in November, we plan to bring to this town a theater that everybody is proud of and something that is real special to our community. And I thank you.
Thank you. All right, I heard the beginning of a motion, I think.
We're excited about the new business coming in. You guys certainly have the experience to make it work, and something new to South Kingstown, but certainly exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. But I'll make a motion to approve 6A.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
Good, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Good luck. Looking forward to seeing it.
Got a great theater coming, I promise.
Awesome. Have a good night, guys. All right, 6B is a resolution granting a Class F 19-hour beverage license to the Southern Rhode Island Chamber of Commerce for the Taste of Southern Rhode Island event to be held on Thursday, September 23rd, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. under a tent in the field at 2984 Commodore Perry Highway. Application by Joe Veely. While he's here, he may also discuss item C, which is a resolution granting a Class F 19-hour beverage license to the Southern Rhode Island Chamber of Commerce for the Taste of Sugar event to be held on Friday, September 24th, 2021, from 5 to 9 p.m. under a tent in the field at 2984 Commodore Perry Highway. Application by Joe.
Great. Thanks for having me. So this is I believe our 9th or 10th year that we've done this event. I can explain it to you briefly. Night one is Thursday, September 23rd. It's basically a tasting. We invite all of our member hospitality members, restaurants, breweries, distilleries, and it's a very successful event. COVID made us skip 1 year, and a lot of the community is hungry for it again. And then the second night is, frankly, it's music by the band Sugar. Years ago, our organization determined that it's a very expensive event to put on, and we added a second night to sort of help defray some of the one-time costs that a second day wouldn't add the cost of. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I'm just not familiar with what a Class F 19-hour beverage license is, so.
Susan, do you want to answer that question? And just make sure, speak into that microphone. It's been kind of quiet.
Yes, a Class F 19-hour beverage license is a basically single-use liquor license for nonprofit agencies, basically, to allow them to serve alcohol and charge for the service of alcohol at an event. So that's why it's called a 19-hour license, and that is why Joe had to apply for 2 separate ones for each evening's event. And I believe there's a maximum of 5 per year for any organization to be able to apply for.
I think that's right. Any other questions?
Joe, it's always a great event. It's great to see that these events will be coming back, and hopefully it's, you know, as it was pre-COVID. I'm sure it will be, but it's a great opportunity to try the food and drink of all the businesses that are a member of the chamber. But I'll make a motion to approve 6B and C.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Very good. That motion carries unanimously. Good luck,
Thank
Joe.
you. Thank you. It's a great showcase of what our hospitality businesses can do in this area. Thank you again.
Yes, tickets sell out quick, folks, so make sure you get them. All right, that brings us to our public hearing, 7A, our first public hearing. This one is relative to the application for a license to keep and sell alcoholic beverages in South Kingstown in accordance with the general laws of 1956, as amended as follows. This is a Class B victualler liquor license, application for a Class B victualler liquor license by Taj, doing business as Taj Indian Restaurant and Bar, 49 South County Commons Way, Building 7, first floor, Wakefield, Rhode Island, by Devondra Kadka, member for the bar and dining areas, and as further defined in a site plan on file in the town clerk's office. Said license is contingent upon the issuance of a certificate of insurance evidencing required liability coverage, compliance with all town ordinances and regulations, the payment of any municipal taxes and user fees and arrears to the town, and the correction of any fire code violations. Welcome, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you, Council President Collins, council members. It's good to be back in person in front of you. For the record, my name's John Kenyon. I'm an attorney for the applicant, Taj LLC. We're here tonight for 2 hearings. The first is the granting or request for the granting of a Class B victualler's liquor license to Taj LLC. The second one will be a hearing on whether to increase the number of licenses. It's my understanding that you will close the first public hearing and then hold off making a decision until you have the second hearing. My client is leasing property at 49 South County Commons Way, which is 1/2 of the bottom floor of Building 7 in South County Commons. They intend to operate a restaurant serving Indian food. The property was designed for commercial use, so parking, drainage, lighting are not an issue. The proposed hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. The applicant was granted a victualling license on July 12th and has been open serving just food since that time. And the applicant is here tonight along with his other attorney, Andy Kagan. And I was going to have Devendra, if you can come up, introduce yourself and maybe explain your operations briefly, what you're proposing.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Devendra Kharka.
Bring that microphone a little closer.
Yes, I gonna just open the And my new business in the India, I serve the Indian food, and I thinking the liquor also.
And how will the liquor help the restaurant?
I will be very helpful.
And how many employees? Will
I
you
have a little family business. I have three employees.
And have you operated a restaurant previously?
Yes.
And was that located in North Providence?
John, we're just having a little trouble hearing up here because of this fan, sorry.
And have you operated a restaurant previously in North Providence?
Yes, sir.
And did that have a liquor license?
Yeah, they have to.
Did you have any issues with the liquor license?
No, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If the council members have any.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I think could you repeat how many people work for the restaurant?
Three employee now. We have my family also together. Yeah.
Well, when you, including your family, how many people will be working there?
All total is 6. Yeah.
They count, yes. All right, other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, it is a public hearing, so I want to open up the floor to anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment. And if there's nobody here in the audience who'd like to make a comment, we are doing a hybrid meeting tonight, so if you're at home and you would like to make a comment, can you please raise your hand so we will see that? Very good. That is often the case. So seeing no comments, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. And now we'll bring forward item 12A, a resolution affirming or amending the town's liquor license rules and regulations, section 1. The current number of licenses for each class shall be authorized as indicated below unless changed by a majority vote of the town council. So tonight we're looking at the Class B designation, which stands at 27 currently. We would need a motion to raise that to 28.
Make a motion to raise the Class B licenses to 28.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Just a question, fairly new to these types of licenses. Could we just get a quick explanation about what these different licenses are?
So just quickly going through it, Jessica, a Class A retailer, those are your basic package stores where you can go in and buy the liquor. Class B vitrular, that is a full liquor license. You sell beer, wine, spirits, etc. Class B, I'll jump down to limited, that's just beer and wine. Class B tavern, that's kind of an old one for just bar, you know. Theater by the Sea has one, and the Holiday Inn. We don't really have many of those around. They're just for those special circumstances. The B Hotel, it's for hotels, right? Mini bars. The M is manufacturing. We don't have any of those. We don't have the C. The D is clubs, you know, various clubs that have, you know, the Lions Club, the Elks Club, those types of things. Also the political parties, they sometimes have these licenses. Same thing with D limited, it's just beer and wine. The F1, we just talked, the F and the F1 we just talked about earlier, that's that 19-hour license, you get up to 5 a year. And then the legislature created a theater license for theaters to serve liquor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, is there anybody opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And now do I hear a motion on 7A?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7A.
Deb Kelso, second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to public hearing. Good luck, guys. Thank you. Have a good night. 7B is a public hearing relative to submission of an application to the Rhode Island Office of Housing and Community Development for funding consideration under the Federal Small Cities Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program for the purpose of reviewing and obtaining citizens' views on the proposed application to support the Westerly Area Rest Meals, WARM, acquisition of Welcome House of South County in the amount of $309,884.
Good evening. Brian Wagner, Senior Planning with the Planning Department here in South Kingstown. I've been working with WARM on this application. I checked my notes. I think back in March, they first contacted me about this. I have, in some essence, been cutting my CDBG teeth on this application. We conducted a first public meeting. The CDBG process, the federal process, requires 2 public meetings. We conducted one via Zoom on June 21st. We came before the council on July 12th for order of notice for tonight, and we're back now for our second required public meeting on the application. In the intervening period of time, we also brought the matter to the planning board for a determination of consistency with the comprehensive plan, which they provided. The application in this case is for a specific pot of funds dedicated to affordable housing. I know the agenda talks about a small cities grant. I think that's my error. This is not a small cities grant. This is an affordable housing grant. So it's only available to applicants like this looking to provide support for affordable housing. I do have Russ Partridge, of the executive director for the WARM Center, here tonight. I think he can answer any questions that you might have regarding how WARM came to be involved in this acquisition, you know, why it's involved here. I do think that this is a critically important service provider in the town of South Kingstown, not only for the town, but for all of South County as well. The homeless shelter services that they provide, the food soup kitchen services that they provide, the training and support services that they provide are all really critical, especially in high stress times like we've just gone through for the last 12 to 16 months. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be more than glad to answer them now. And if not, I can ask Mr. Partridge to come up and say a few words.
Any questions for Brian? I guess one question I have, Brian, obviously Welcome House, a very important institution here locally. Is it the case if this does not happen, the sale, that it would stop operating?
And Russ can speak to this question better. That's one of the reasons why I wanted him here tonight, because this was a question that came up in front of the planning board as well. I do believe that one of the reasons for this acquisition is to try and remove the mortgage that Welcome House has been paying from the operating expenses of the shelter. I do understand, and again, I think Russ can speak to this better than I can, that Welcome House was struggling a bit financially, and this is something that I think everybody hopes will prop up the services give it a more extended future for the town. So why don't I have Russ come up?
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Russ Partridge. I'm the Executive Director of the WARM Center. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a little bit of time to kind of say who WARM is, who I am, and really how we got to this point. The WARM Center is a comprehensive social service agency providing food, shelter, and clothing to more than 3,500 unduplicated individuals per year. We run 9 different programs that range from emergency shelter to community outreach to permanent housing, job training, and a community meal site that does about 35,000 meals per year. I have been in this business, unfortunately, I have a kind of a side joke that I've been in the business for 30 years, and I started when we had a 10-year plan to end homelessness. We're still working on that plan. And the issue is growing right now more rapidly than I have seen it in my 30 years of doing this work. Warm and Welcome House for years have had a very close, strong, working collaborative relationship. There have been times over the past 5 to 7 years where Welcome House has had some difficulties, and Warm has been asked to come in and consult. And indeed, we did that on 3 other occasions. About 2 years ago, the board of directors at Welcome House really began to see that they possibly needed to make some changes. And at that time, Warm was asked again to go in and consult. As I did, and as I have throughout all of the time that I have consulted, I really saw the opportunity, both fiscally and as service providers, that these 2 agencies coming together would create a very strong group of advocates for those who are experiencing homelessness and poverty in Washington County. The Welcome House Board and myself and the Warm Center Board began to have discussions about how to make that happen, how to best serve people in Washington County and in Westerly and Narragansett and South Kingstown who are experiencing these kinds of issues, how best to serve them. And we really came back to the idea and to the belief that putting these 2 organizations together would make the most sense. And Warm being the stronger of the 2 organizations, both programmatically and fiscally, the Welcome House Board at that time determined that they would dissolve the board if indeed Warm would take over the Welcome House. Both boards agreed that this was the direction to go, and indeed have continued in this process. I have been in touch with James Kern, who is the current executive director at Welcome House on a regular basis. We share a lot of information. We share the same clientele. We began this conversation about the acquisition of the building as well with not only the Welcome House, but with the Office of Housing and Community Development on a state level. And how could we do this and make it a fiscally sound venture? And one of the things that we saw was that Welcome House is paying, and James, please correct me if I'm wrong, about $2,500, give or take, a month to pay down its mortgage. If we are able to proceed with this application, we would put all of this money and pay off the mortgage so there would be no mortgage with Welcome House. And any of the funding that was being used to pay for the mortgage, we could then turn into shoring up and increasing the programs at Welcome House. My hope, I'm also a resident of South Kingstown. I have seen this has really been a hope of mine to make this happen, because I believe that the 2 organizations together will really have, for lack of a better term, we'll have some power on a state level to say, let's not forget about Washington County. Let's not forget about South Kingstown when we're distributing resources through the Office of Housing and Community Development and the Consolidated Homeless Fund. I see this as a win-win. Certainly, it is something that I have wanted to do for a long period of time. I see it as a win to be able to maintain and improve and increase the services that Welcome House is able to provide to the community. We already have a really good relationship with Kate Brewster over at the Johnny Cake Center. I think we just can really improve the way that we provide services. To answer your question, I guess the best way to put it, if this application either is denied by the council or is denied by the state, we would proceed and seek out bank financing. We cannot lose these beds in Washington County, nor, and this is not anything to say about any of my colleagues who provide other services in the state. I don't believe that having another organization come in and run the Welcome House would be to benefit the folks of Washington County, because our problems are different here than they are across the state. And at Warm and at Welcome House, we understand our population. We understand the different needs that people have. And I think together, this makes a very strong organization, with Warm being the lead organization.
Thank you. Questions? All right, you made a very powerful case.
I believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. So again, if there's anybody here who would like to speak on behalf of this matter, come on up to the microphone. There's somebody on the... Oh, is there a letter to?
Yes, for the record, we do have a letter from the planning board. At a meeting on Tuesday, July 13th, they reviewed an application on behalf of Warm for this community development block grant affordable housing funds to support its proposed acquisition of the Welcome House facilities. Following discussion and full consideration of the application, the board voted as follows. They find that Warm's application for CDBG funding support for affordable housing is consistent with the South Kingstown 2014 Comprehensive Community Plan, specifically Policy 2.4 of the housing element. And the letter is dated July 22nd.
Great, thank you. Please, just on this matter, of course.
Well, as someone has already said, it's glad to see you all up there again, doing the job that a lot of people won't do.
Bob, can I ask you just to state your name for the record?
Oh, Bob Traeger, Succotash Road. Been around for a few years. I'm 81 now. My hearing's gone. My legs are going. I'm still playing tennis, but that's about it. Anyway, on Welcome House, I come to these meetings, and I've said it before, I don't come with an agenda of my own, but I like to know what people are thinking and what they're pursuing, and this is one that in my mind is a high priority item for the country and for South County, because just because we're the well-to-do community and, you know, people are buying everything up here as fast as it ever could be done, we have to have people like just the person that just spoke that has these kinds of needs on their mind, and they're pursuing what they realize because they meet people that are down and out and having a rough time. And I hope that anything that the town can do to support this type of activity would be done in spades.
Thank you. Any other comments tonight? Any comments on Zoom? All right, very good. Seeing no further comments, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Deborah Kelso, motion to close the public hearing.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And do I hear a motion on 7B?
Deborah Kelso, motion to approve 7B.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. I sincerely hope that this goes through. Thank you, guys. Yes, have a good night. 7C is a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, Article 5, supplementary regulations that would add a new section, 502.7, cottage community, as shown on Exhibit 1 attached to the agenda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamie Rabbit. I'm the Director of Planning. I think Susan may have some items from a business side.
We do have a letter from the Planning Board dated July 19th, providing their recommendation to the Council. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby recommends that the Town Council enact revisions to the South Kingstown zoning ordinance as presented this evening to establish cottage community zoning regulations to promote housing options and infill development. And they have provided their findings of fact and findings of consistency with the town's comprehensive community plan to back up their recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Again, my name is Jamie Rabbit. I'm the Director of Planning for the Town of South Kingstown.
Jamie, just get that microphone a little bit closer for us. Thank you.
I'm trying to see my screen as well as have audio. Terry, do you have access to the PowerPoint for cottage regulations?
I think that will make a difference.
Sorry for that, President Collins. Again, as the Town Council may be familiar with, that the Planning Board and the Planning Department has been working with Horsley Witten Group and Union Studios to develop revisions to the town zoning ordinance associated with the missing middle. Missing middle housing types are intended to provide diverse housing options such as duplexes, fourplexes, cottage courts, townhouses, multiplexes, or small apartment buildings within the community. These housing type scale buildings tend to fit seamlessly into existing residential neighborhoods and support walkability, locally serving retail and providing options for public transportation. As a result of this work, the Planning Board has recommended proposed changes to the town zoning ordinance, which is now the subject of this public hearing and final action by the Town Council as it relates to the possible adoption of the proposed changes. The proposed revisions before you are associated with cottage court type developments, which were created in an attempt to offer alternatives to the town's traditional single family housing type of development as a major land development project only within the town's R10, R20 zoning districts. So those are the only two zoning districts that this would apply to. These districts would also have to have access to existing water and sewer services or where an applicant can demonstrate that new water and sewer service access will be provided prior to occupancy. The language of the ordinance sets a maximum density of 8 units per acre and a total development density of 30 units per project. So 8 units per acre, 30 units total. So in essence, you would have to have a 4-acre site to get close to the 30-unit maximum density. A cottage community may be developed with dwelling units on separate lots, a single lot, or a combination thereof. The ordinance includes specific dimensional standards, common and private open space requirements. The first 4 units shall not exceed a 900 square foot footprint. Second half story may be accommodated within the unit, but it cannot be in excess of 50% of the first floor or 450 square feet for a total unit size of 1,350 square feet. The ordinance also contains specific building, architectural, and fence design standards, stormwater management requirements, and parking standards. If Terry Murphy could go to the first part of the PowerPoint presentation. There should be one slide before that, Terry. All right, that's the one you pulled up. We'll go with that one tonight. Just bear with me quickly. So in essence, the first slide is just a cover slide, but one thing that is to point out with this is the first opportunity for the town council to develop design standards for the community. You have an existing code at this point in time, which are written words and dimensional requirements. You have no traditional architectural or design standards associated with residential development or even commercial or industrial development. You have words within your comprehensive community plan that give insight into the style and type of development within the community. But what you're seeing before you this evening is called Design Guideline Bulletin Number 1. This is intended to be a series of bulletins for design guidelines for all of your missing middle types of housing. So when the planning board works on townhouses, you'll have a design guideline associated with townhouses. When you're working on duplexes, there'll be a design guideline intended for duplexes. When you look at small stack flats or small apartment complexes, there would be a design guideline for those. So when a developer comes before the planning board, there's already a precedent set with design guidelines in order to steer intended consequences. Written words are always wonderful, but they're subject to interpretation. But this is one of the cases where a picture is worth 1,000 words. Terry, if you can go just to the next PowerPoint slide. So this is a kind of that picture is worth 1,000 words example. The top photograph that you see is an actual project that was designed by Union Studios. It's representative of a cottage court. One of the primary features of the written words is that all of the proposed units have to have front porches. And you'll see that in that top photograph, that all of those units in that picture show porches. It's also shown in the middle left photograph and the bottom right photograph. That is clearly articulated within the standards of the regulations. So you have the home proper, you have a external porch that resonates to a common court or to the street. And then between that porch and what would be public space is a required semi-private space. So that defines the interaction between public and in essence private property within a cottage court community. Again, within the regulations, there's substantial design variation. There are standards associated with the maximum height of a unit, the roof pitch, the size, the fenestration associated with the architecture and building type materials. There was discussion at the planning board about using natural products. But again, this is an attempt to do infill development within the community and also enter a price point of the affordability market for developers. So the commission did entertain high-end, non-natural products that replicate the intent of wood. Some of the public and the council members may be familiar with a product called Hardy Plank or Hardy Board, which is an extruded wood and concrete product that's commonly used for siding. It has a 20-year lifespan for paint. That's one of the products that the planning board saw would be justified here. They also called out by name AZEK as a PVC extruded product, as well as Certainty Signature Series, which is a higher end vinyl type product that has a true wood grain impression and actually has shadow lines within the siding aspect of that. Terry, could you go to the next slide for me? The next slide actually is a pictorial associated with that. As I mentioned, it's intended to be a story and a half as the maximum height of the building. These will not portray as a 2-story building with a roof. They are a 1-story building, in essence, with a half-story tucked within the eaves or a dormer. That is portrayed at the top of this photograph. Again, there are strict standards associated with the open space, that there has to be common open space associated with the development. There has to be common open space associated with each unit. That unit space has requirements. The distance between the units has requirements. I mentioned that semi-private space, which is called the transitional zone, has to be a minimum of 15 feet. Overall building height is 25 feet. Roof pitch is a minimum of 612, which is 6 feet of run and 12 feet of height. First floor area, as I mentioned, is 900 square foot of footprint. Maximum second floor or half story is 450 or 50% of the first. And there are requirements of dormers, which are 50% of the maximum length of the building. So again, attorneys and architects get creative with written words, and we're trying to articulate through the pictorial aspect of the end product. At the middle of the page, you see two, in essence, pen and ink drawings, which would be representative of 2 cottage units. And those are taken from representative photographs that were within South Kingston at the bottom. So again, it's the intent to take written words into actual architectural renderings. Terry, if you could go to the next. The next slide, in essence, is another pictorial of acceptable architectural standards. This gives a developer or an architect kind of a design palette of what the planning board found would be acceptable as it appears within the community. And Terry, if we go to the last slide. In essence, that is an actual development that articulates the pen and ink drawings you saw on the previous slide. So those pen and ink drawings that represented a very specific architectural elevation, that's what the development looks like in the real world. As a planner with 32 years experience, I've often been asked, the drawing that the architect provides to the community is never represented by the actual built product. And I thought it was important, working with the planning board and any regulation that was adopted, to have a pictorial representation of an actual product. So you can see that those pen and ink drawings represent something that is real and that was built. And those units actually sold very quickly. And the second sale sold at a 25 to 30% premium of what the original purchaser said had set that price point at. And Terry, that should be the last slide you have in your slide deck. And again, as I mentioned, and if the council has questions, I do have a second slide deck that shows the actual zoning area. It's the R10, R20 zoning district, which is primarily associated with Wakefield and Peacedale, a little bit of Southern Kingston, just south heading into Peacedale. It's not by Matunic, it's not by Green Hill, it's not in the western portion of the town. It is really central core to Peacedale and Wakefield, and it has to be within the central service district as it's associated with the existing sewer and water, or they have to be able to prove that they can connect to the existing system. So I don't know if the council has any questions.
I wouldn't mind seeing that map of the R10, R20 zones.
You will give us a moment. I'll have Terry pull up a second slide deck.
Jamie, just so keep the conversation going. The reason I'm asking is I'm wondering if, there might be some R40 zone in town where it would make sense for a cottage zoning development. Would it make sense to have R40 be a possibility with a special use permit if there were some potential zones like that?
There was substantial discussion at the planning board area where we literally started at R40. We showed R30. We worked down the R20. We worked down the R10. There was a lot of discussion initially to only have it in R10, but that would be extremely limited. The commission settled on R20. When you started to get into R40, because there are some R40s within the center cores of Wakefield and Peacedale, a lot of those R40s are within single-family established neighborhoods. And the concern there that someone would buy that $500,000 or $600,000 house in an established single-family neighborhood that was planned in essence as cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets, tear a house down and put on an acre and put up to 8 cottage units on that. So that's why the planning board backed away from the R30 and an R40 and went to the R10 and the R20. From a planning staff perspective, we did start at the R40, R30. To your question, President Collins, and planning board quickly backed down to R10 and R20 within there. So thank you, Terry. Oh, thank you, Susan. Again, what you see in the R20 is the light gray. The R10 is kind of that soft yellow or orange. The bright yellow are some other areas not categorized as R10. And the red border is the sewer service district area. So outside of that, you can see some of the green space to the top right corner. Those are the R40s. And again, you get into, if you look at the top left side of that screen, that's an R40 neighborhood. And the concern is a purchase and a tear down within something that was built in 1990 or 2000, and then 8 units show up in an established neighborhood. One other point, the planning board was still concerned about potential abuse of the regulation by a developer. So they had staff in consultation with legal to do an 18-month sunset provision. So without any further action by the council, this regulation will sunset 18 months from adoption. If I would anticipate if the results are positive or viewed as positive, that we would be back before town council recommending that the sunset provision be removed.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Jamie Rabbit, how many acres is in an R20 plot of land?
And how many acres?
Yes.
It's rough. An acre has 43,560 square feet. A builder's acre is typically referred to as 40,000 square feet. Half of that is 20. So it's just under 20. It's just under half an acre.
Okay, so if the regulation is limited to lands that are R10 and R20, how can it that any units can build in there? So the regulations allow for, as you said, 30 units max.
Yes.
But if this regulation is only specific to R10 and R20, how do you accomplish that?
There are some properties contained within the R10 and R20 classification that are larger than that. So it's designed for infill development. So there are some 1 acre and 1.5 acre parcels within your R10 and R20 classification.
But probably no 4 acre lots. 4 acres is what it would take for the 30 units, it sounds like.
There is one, I want to say one or two, but again, those parcels that exist would require purchase and either tear down or purchase and infill development around an existing home. So there are some still estate type properties that are contained on 30, 40, 50,000 square foot lots within the R10, R20.
Other questions?
You did mention the 3 things that I'm interested in talking a little bit more about: the sunset clause, demolition of any properties. And I just had a question about materials with the hardy board
Okay.
and wood, because I think I would lean towards, more natural materials. And I just didn't know if you could give us a little bit of a snapshot of how the planning board dealt with that and how they came back to hardy board.
As the council may be aware, there's a good diversity within the planning board makeup. We have, we'll say, the environmental side, the social side, as well as the building and economic development side. So a lot of discussion was held at, if you're trying to meet a certain price point, that you have to have some flexibility on building materials, because you still can do a 1,300 square foot home at $400 a square foot would equate to a $700,000 cottage construction cost, not including land acquisition costs and land development costs. So the discussion with the planning board wasn't that you didn't want high-end cottage communities as infill development. You wanted to offer these as a potential affordable housing alternative within the community, and you have to deal with price point. If the land values don't go down, that's a fixed cost. I want to say, a parcel of land, whether it's an acre or 20,000 square foot in town, has a certain value as a building lot, and that can range from anywhere between $90,000 and upwards of $200,000. That's real math. The only place, the developer's not going to move much on their profit margins. Building materials is your only option. And there are materials out there that can replicate that real look. And that's the primary thing. That's, to Councilwoman Bergner's point, that's going to be the challenge of the planning board as well as the architect. And you could see them potentially say, it's okay not to do cedar clapboards, but you propose vinyl, and the planning board makes a motion to approve it with hardy plank, which is in between the two.
So the sunset clause that you referenced at the planning board
Yes.
came to its 18 months. So will that allow some projects to go on and then it sunsets out, so it ends and then it has to, or
It would automatically sunset without further action by the council.
Okay.
So any project that was approved while the regulation existed, in essence, would become existing, non-conforming, permitted. So if a developer in the next 16 months moved forward with a project, got all the necessary approvals, the regulation sunsets, they're still vetted in their approval. So if the regulation sunsets, even though it's not built, as long as they have their approvals in place, they would still be allowed to construct that project. But on 18 months and a day, if someone applied, the regulation would not exist for that application.
my final things goes back to the demolition piece. So how do we prevent someone from taking, property that's on an acre of land in the R10 and knocking it down? What are the guardrails for that?
I'm not aware of any provision contained within town ordinance that prevents that from occurring today. That would be an issue that town council would have to bring up. Some communities have, at a minimum, had a demolition delay type ordinance, which allows the community or the council to weigh in. But in most communities, there's not a restriction on demolition. There's a delay in demolition, but not a restriction to tear down and rebuild. I had a mentor at one point in time who occasionally reminded me, and this is difficult as a planner to say on occasion, that if things weren't allowed to be modified over time, a lot of the homes we live in today wouldn't have been available to us, because we do live in areas that the landscape has been modified by developers, either in, someone took a larger estate where a mansion home was on 20 acres, kept the mansion home and added 30 units to that. So there's a balance between, to what Councilwoman Bergner's talking about, is perhaps a demolition delay to allow the community to weigh in and maybe work with the developer on modifying the proposal. But some regulations give the ability for a developer, when done correctly, to make that development something that becomes historic over time. The Bell Block is historic and considered historic today. That was built where something else existed. There are other properties in town that were built with slight modifications to that land. So a lot of the discussion on the cottage community is making sure that whatever is built, in essence, becomes the development that someone looks back 100 years from now and considers that historic. That it's not replacing a beautiful mansion for a ranch or a raised ranch with vinyl siding. That it's really an attempt to try and build community, something that South Kingston can be proud of.
Jamie, I got a few questions on the density requirements here.
Yes.
Now, if most of these R20s are 0.5 acres, based on my interpretation here, that would mean 4 cottage units on that plot of land?
Yes.
Okay, it also says in this regulation that an individual cottage development shall contain a minimum of 6 dwelling units.
Yes.
So how do you accomplish the 6 minimum on a plot of land that's a 0.5 acre for which you can only build 4? You can't reach the 6, and therefore you're not in compliance with the regulation?
That again, Councilman, that was a discussion with the planning board, and what they wanted is a community to be built within the infill and not just 4 independent units. They felt that a developer may take advantage of a housing style, not a development style. The slides that I showed you earlier are really a development style, not a housing type style. It's a development style where cottage units or a housing unit is situated around a common area, whether it's a common court or the driveway or a piece of open space with parking isolated to that common open space. And the concern was there had to be some mass to that. And the planning board chose 6 in consultation with Horsley Witten and Union Studios. The 4 potentially would be a developer tearing down a single family house on a 0.2 acre lot and building 4 units that looked like cottages, but they wouldn't be cottage communities. Rory, to your point, it's a balance. And
so in order to accomplish the more housing opportunities that we're seeking here in enacting this ordinance, you would essentially, a developer would have to buy adjacent R20 properties in order to be able to build the minimum amount as the regulation requires?
They would need to find the lot that existed that allowed them to do that density. And your point, they in essence would be, in order to get 6 units with a maximum of 8 per acre, they would need almost 3/4 of an acre.
And how many R20 properties have that many acres?
Do not have that number for you this evening.
Is that something the planning department or the planning board has explored in putting together this regulation?
We looked overall at the area, but we did not do a parcel count particular to that. Again, it's been my experience in a lot of issues that you may have 2 or 3 house lots, to your point you made earlier, that a developer may acquire 2. He may acquire 3, and all those houses are centered on each lot. And they modify the location of those, combine the 3 parcels, and then build a cottage court. But you make an extremely valid point that you do need that acreage to get the minimum density of 6.
Can differing property owners that are adjacent to one another be part of one cottage development?
Yes. Yes. So again, the language allows them in essence to be one HOA, you could condo, or then you could then subdivide into, in essence, single family parcels.
Thank you.
Deb, you have
I don't really have a question. I just have a point of clarification. So I live in an R10 zone, but I own an acre within that, right? Which allows me to put 4 houses on that acre at R10, correct? Currently.
In a mathematical sense.
Okay.
Simple math.
This is going to allow me to put the 8 cottage development on that R10 property that I own, that's an acre,
Yes,
right? One piece of land, that's an acre. This is going to allow me to put 8 properties, cottage properties within the parameters you've given us, in place of the 4, perhaps, that would have been allowed, that's allowed today.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the intent there would be that you're building 8 units as a community versus 4 houses.
Separate, yes.
Any other questions?
But that, to stay with Councilwoman Kelso's comment, so she took the acre, she built 8 homes. It doesn't say that they're all affordable, right? They're market rate.
Right, but when you, and council, please correct me, once you get to that density, you get into inclusionary zoning, which requires the developer to do affordable set aside.
So of the 8 cottages, 2 would be affordable.
2 would be affordable.
Okay.
And again, what that allows to do is, if we used your acre, a vacant acre in a downtown setting, I'm just going to use simple math, is worth 200,000. 4 units is 50. In a perfect world that probably does not exist, a developer would be able to have acquisition costs instead of $50,000 a unit, $25,000 a unit, which may affect either the end sale price or the developer's ability to even undertake a project like this.
Any other questions of council? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up to the public for comment. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this matter? Wait. Oh. Okay.
How does this affect the SMD?
Sorry, Wayne, can you just state your name for the record and then
Wayne
speak?
Cahoon, 79 Columbia Street.
And then just speak into the microphone. I think I missed the question.
How does this affect the SMD?
With regards to the sewer management district, it doesn't, the only reference to the sewer management district.
Special Management District. on
This,
Kingstown
sorry.
Road.
The special management district on South Kingstown Road, those regulations are still in effect as an overlay over any development that occurs within that zoning district and that classification. So it doesn't supersede that regulatory overlay.
Is cottage zoning allowed in that district or not?
If the R10 or R20 classification exists under that, a developer or applicant can apply for that, but they still are not exempt from any regulatory requirements of that overlay district. So if there's a setback that they have to adhere to from a state route, they would have to adhere to that.
And if there's regulations in the special management district that exceed that, is that going to be applicable? The 0 lot line setbacks in the special management district. So you could use cottage zoning with 0 setbacks.
With regards to the question, if there is an existing setback as an overlay, and the town has a number of overlay districts, those regulations are a layer on top of any zoning regulation you have. So in an R40 zone, if the special management district is overlaid on top of that, the special management district overlay prevails. The other issue is any developer can use the comprehensive permit process to we'll use the term sidestep, or look for relief from an existing dimensional regulation. When they do that, they have a higher set aside for the affordability aspect. So even there are ways for developers to seek relief from any dimensional requirement that's contained within South Kingstown's borders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Ursillo, if a special management district regulation is in conflict with that of a cottage zoning regulation, which regulation governs?
So the requirements or the specifications, of the special management district, as they're overlaid on any lot, they will take precedence.
Susan, you had something from Maria Mack? Right. Oh, there she is. Right, Maria, you are muted there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was just hoping to clarify a couple of things for the council. It's appreciated that they are asking worthwhile and thoughtful questions. The first thing is with regard to the sunset clause, the intent was not to allow the ordinance to simply expire after 18 months, but to look at it and see if it needed any modifications, if we need to tweak it to make it better in some ways or others. This was actually a longer process than we envisioned. There was a lot of discussion and compromise, as Jamie has stated, and we have some flexibility built into the ordinance. And again, it's about creating housing choices that allow people to be in an area where they can walk to goods and services. And with regard to the extra density, being within an area that has sewer and water is very important. And I believe that Councilwoman Kelso demonstrated a very good example of her property and what might occur on that particular parcel.
Thank you, Maria. Any other comments from up here at the table or out amongst the audience? All right, is everybody satisfied with this ordinance proposal? Any changes people would like to see? All right, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing then?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Well, second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, President Collins.
Thank you, Jamie. And do I hear a motion on 7C?
Before I make the motion, I'd just like to give a lot of credit to the planning board, specifically Maria Mack. I know she's been working with this concept for a few years now, and it's I know they've done a lot of diligence on this regulation here, and I'm happy to get this in front of us. I think it's going to create more housing opportunities in South Kingstown, something that this council has had on its agenda for a while now, so it's a priority. And I'll make a motion to approve 7C.
And Rory, could I ask you to add to that motion, as you approve it, that you adopt and incorporate as your own the findings of fact and the findings of consistency with the comprehensive community plan as set forth in correspondence to you dated July 19, 2021 from the planning board.
I'll amend my motion to add the comments made by the solicitor.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion? Just like to echo what Rory said. It's been a lot of compromise that's gone into this. It's good to see happening. I think we can always come back and amend the ordinance if we decide that there are improvements that can be made. I do worry that limiting it to R20 and below is going to make it hard to find projects like this, but we can see how that works and take it as it goes. All right. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right. That motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 7D, a public hearing relative to the town's proposed utilization of federal assistance funding under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Thank you. To start, I'd just like to review what we've established as the proposal for the rescue plan funding for the town based on the 2 previous work sessions that we've held with town staff and also with outside agencies, and also reminding council and the public that there was a town webpage also set up seeking public comment and input for this funding plan. I'll run through some of the slides that we prepared previously, and then we can move into the document that was presented to council for review. So just to remind everyone, this is the funding that we are receiving is part of a larger grant from the federal government. And there's $350 billion included for state and local recovery funds. And the town will be receiving close to $9 million from two different pots of money. The entire American Rescue Plan Act totals 1.9 trillion. So there were several different categories, as you can see, for assistance throughout the country in terms of household aid and government aid, unemployment insurance, higher education. This is just kind of a pie chart of the entire federal package here. And for South Kingstown, the allocations are coming from 2 pots of money. We have aid to municipalities that are classified as non-entitlement, and South Kingstown will be receiving $3 million. We have received currently half of that. We have $1.5 million currently, and the other half of that, I believe, will be coming at year end. We also have county-based aid in the amount of $5.95 million expected. Again, just as a reminder, the interim final rule for this act has eligible uses required. We have to expend the funds with these uses in mind. And as we get further into this, we'll review the focus of the proposed funding for the town of South Kingstown. But you can basically see it's all of these are to respond to effects of COVID-19. We've got the economic impacts to businesses and nonprofits and households. We've got response to essential workers, a provision of government services to the extent that they've been impacted by COVID-19, and investments to infrastructure of water, sewer, and broadband. So what does that mean? Again, we're looking at economic development and how it affects tourism and travel industry, community grants, utility infrastructure, organizational needs within municipal government, and broadband infrastructure. What we cannot use it for, among other things, but definitively it cannot offset tax revenue, and it cannot be deposited into a pension fund. Just a little background on how this proposal was developed. It involved obviously municipal staff, department heads. They were asked to develop and propose projects or initiatives that would be eligible under the criteria for this type of funding. We also asked the EDC to have their input on how to expend the funds, and then the council directed 2 public work sessions and also the web-based URL in order to get the public's input. Similar to how the budget workshops are set up, so that there's there's the opportunity for the public to come and share their thoughts on this. And it is a requirement, by the way, of the funding source that public involvement be part of that. So in terms of the evaluation criteria and how the projects were developed, this is very critical. Again, it has to be uses associated with the impact of COVID-19, whether it was exacerbated by the pandemic or there's a strong presumption that the pandemic caused these negative economic and health conditions, particularly among vulnerable communities, low-income communities, or for infrastructure projects that it would have to be related to water, sewer, broadband, and that it would be high quality and resilient projects. We, again, just a little bit of background, we asked staff to present recommendations. We prioritize these recommendations based on the assumption back 2 months ago now that we were getting approximately $9 million, and that the evaluation criteria surrounding any types of proposed projects would be associated with COVID-19 impacts. Staff recommendations came in, they were prioritized, they were broken down into particular categories and of particular critical nature. There was proposals that involved municipal investment and programs to help improve the economic impacts associated with small businesses, tourism, hospitality, that of course is critical to our town's economy. Also involving private sector investment, which would basically be matching grants for local businesses to be able to make improvements to their businesses. We also looked at housing and also infrastructure housing projects for the elderly or low mod income community to basically improve their housing infrastructure. And those would be in the form of grants and or programs that would allow for funding to developers to either construct or improve low moderate income. And then of course, economic impacts related to government services. And those are broken out here in a little bit of detail. We included municipal investment, which we'll get into a little bit of detail on that going forward, and also nonprofit contributions. So the first category that is illustrated here in this pie chart relates to basically economic revitalization of villages in town on a municipal investment side. So how will the town be able to assist with improving the village environments, particularly where there's economic activity, and basically allow for the economy to grow and improve because it's a more attractive area, attractive space. We're looking at Kingston and Wakefield and Peacedale and West Kingston, and how the town can use these funds to improve the overall area of those villages so that there's an attraction for our tourists and our residents to be able to support those businesses downtown. And again, I'll get into the detail on these with the actual budget document that I submitted. And we have the private, also a private sector investment program, and this would support the businesses directly in terms of matching grant opportunities for things like facade improvements, new signage, lighting, fencing. Architectural services would be contracted in order to have some guidance in terms of how we might improve the overall look of certain villages and assist the businesses in that regard. And that totals just about $2.3 million in the overall funding category. In terms of municipal investment, we are looking at 1.4 million of the overall 8.95 million. And there is detail narrative in your budget document that describes some of the items here. We talked about the natural resource officer and harbor master position, public safety and mental health staffing through the EMA and police, a paramedicine program, the audiovisual technology that we mentioned earlier this evening related to being able to be more responsive in terms of opportunity when needed to involve the community remotely. And there's some other programs, a youth employment program and a mental health program person for some of the recreation programs that we offer. And then on the social service side, in terms of assisting households and nonprofits, this has a bit of a change. Originally, when the town had the work session and presented our proposal, it was a $700,000 proposal. That's been increased by $200,000, and it involves grant opportunities for nonprofits and social services, as well as housing opportunities for affordable housing, again, supporting developers or contractors that would be able to create affordable home ownership opportunities. And again, the elderly home repair program and infrastructure assistance with elderly and low moderate income community members. And we have a total of 4.36 million. That would be for the village and downtown area. This is just a total pie of the proposals. We have 500,000 for nonprofits for household, 400,000 for housing and elderly homeowners, 1.4 million for government services. And that's basically an illustration of the entire 8.95 million that we expect to the town. Where do we go next? You've had your work sessions. This is the public hearing. Depending on how the council chooses to go this evening, you can either adopt this plan as a framework for the expenditure of these funds, or you can choose to delay and adopt down the road at the August meeting. I will note that the funds remain available through December 2026. However, they have to be committed by the end of December 2024. So we've got to have a plan in place and the wheels in motion for whatever projects or initiatives are proposed by the end of December 2024. And then we have until the end of 2026 to actually expend the entirety of the funding. I'm going to skip down to what I'd like to do is share the actual document that I sent to the council. This is really just a repeat of what I've described. There are really three categories that we are proposing for the distribution of the American Rescue Plan funds. And I would also reiterate that this is a framework. This is similar to how we propose our capital plan, where we've got projects, we've got estimated costs. The difference with this is there is the ability for the council to shift and reallocate funds as needed if if there aren't as many grant applications that may come in for a particular project, that they could be, those funds could be reassigned under a different category. They could only be so upon approval of the council in terms of how that might look. And any expenditures with regard to grant applications would be approved by the council. They would come before the council for a resolution to authorize that expenditure. So again, the public sector investment and programs, this is really related to the villages. And what I would say is if I can just scroll down to speak to the outside agencies and nonprofits, just as a point of information, you received a lot of information on June 29th from multiple nonprofits and outside agencies, all worthy agencies doing great work. However, you can't fully fund everything that's been presented before you. Many of the projects, while worthy, also serve a broader community, Washington County or other communities, where there's opportunity for other communities to lend support. There's other granting opportunities or funding available as well, potentially under other federal categories within the American Rescue Plan. So what you see here is what the original funding requests were for various agencies. What we are proposing in total is $900,000 or 10% of the entire rescue plan funds to be allocated towards nonprofits and outside agencies. Again, you're not limited to these organizations. There will be a specific grant application process developed and set up that would obviously need to have these organizations spell out how they meet the criteria and how they're going to help fix the effects of COVID-19 on our community. So this gives you just a framework, and I just wanted to explain briefly why the recommendation for 900,000 versus 4 million. And that is it in a nutshell. And I would ask that the council, if you have questions, feel free to pose them. We'll do our best. Our staff is here to speak specifically on some of the narratives, particularly the municipal side. So feel free.
Right. Thank you, Terry. All right, questions on this proposed framework? Councilwoman Broome.
Great, thank you, Abel. So the creation of the pocket parks, I think that's a great idea. And I think one of the locations is the old Houston Brothers, where Union Fires was using it. I guess my question would be, if we were to invest in that area, how long would we have the park for? Do we have that worked out? Because we definitely want to have that park there. I just don't want to spend money and then in 2 years, Union comes back and says, we need it for this. And we've invested in something that we didn't anticipate changing a need for.
Sure, that's a very good question. We would need to be partnering with UFD to discover what the length of time would be if they are going to develop that property, and whether it's worthwhile for the town to invest money to create a pocket park for 5 years or 10 years. That has not been fully vetted out, and those are the things that we would need to do before recommending that type of thing.
Thank you.
Terry, can you sort of walk us through the village economic revitalization specifically as it relates to each village? I know you got pictures up there. Maybe you could kind of walk through each one and explain it.
Sure. Actually, I'm going to bring Jamie Rabbit up to walk through those. I think, is Jamie still here? I have those on here. Those are his slides, and I think he could speak to them.
Thank you, Terry, for bringing those up. Again, Jamie Rabbit, Director of Planning, Town of South Kingstown. So included in a packet that was sent to the council is Appendix A. They include 5 targeted areas. In essence, the first one that you see is Wakefield and Lower Tower Hill. The second one, Terry, is the Matunic Beach area along Matunic Beach Road. The third is Kingston Route 108. The fourth is West Kingston by the Amtrak train station on Route 108. And we should have,
And I think there's, Peacedale is not in this slide, in this
and the other
document.
area was Peacedale as part of Wakefield. I think President Collins brought a good point up at one of the prior hearings is you have what we could consider limited resources, although it's a total of roughly $9 million that is potentially allocated, just simple math, 4 million on the municipal investment side, 2 million available on a matching grant program for the businesses in those areas. And I think the point that President Collins made is, do you do a little bit in 4 or 5 areas, or do you do a lot in one? And that's something I think merits considerable discussion by the council. It's one of those things, you know, one big cookie or a little bit of everything for everybody. I think you can make a more prominent visual impact if you targeted 1 or 2 areas. Maybe if you looked at Wakefield and Peacedale and looked at those resources there. Concern over time, we've talked about it amongst staff, is that if you, in essence, dilute the water too much, you won't necessarily see the impact of the spending plan. So it's intended to look at a primary spend and 1 or 2 focus areas that the town council determines need that. But there also may be that one-off building that could exist in Kingston by the Amtrak station that you have talked amongst yourselves that if we only had a little bit extra money, if we could only work with that property owner to fix that one building or those 1 or 2 properties, and that would make that area a better place. I think you need to look at that from a holistic standpoint. But to President Collins' point, I think, you know, if I recall correctly, you brought up that fact of, do we do a bigger spend for a bigger splash in 1 or 2 targeted areas versus a lighter spend in a more broad area? So, Rory, valid point.
Thank you, Jamie. I did make that point before, and I guess I should reiterate it now that we're here. You know, I think it would be unfortunate if we spent $9 million and, you know, 5 years down the road, it was hard to see the impact of it, although it does many good things. So I think that there's enough flexibility within the framework of the plan where you can do that and make some showcase projects, you know, in multiple village centers. So I'm comfortable with the framework in that sense. I think the biggest question for me about these ARP funds are, you know, that division between municipal spending and how much we would want to allocate to all those good causes that were brought before us by, and, you know, there's probably more community organizations out there that can use funds as well. One thing we did discuss, I believe it was at the June 29th meeting, was how some of the requests from the community organizations seem to overlap with some of the municipal spending. I don't know if there was any effort made to try and show how much of an overlap there was in terms of dollar amounts, but I guess that's something that we would see as it's implemented anyway.
President Collins, if I may, on that point, one of the examples was a $500,000 request by the Wakefield Business Association. They talked about, parking lot utilization, better wayfinding, better connection with the river. And I think some of the discussions of the creation of parks, wayfinding, street improvements, that $500,000 is potentially within that $6 million spend within the downtown. Councilman McEntee, I hope I answered your question that you had in its entirety, or you would like me to expand upon that?
I'll have this question directed at Terry Murphy. So we have a recommendation in front of us from your office. It sounds like the amounts allocated are sort of uncertain as to which areas or which villages the monies will be spent on. Do we need to have that determined tonight?
No, it doesn't need to be determined tonight. I think there's got to be some discussion surrounding that. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is really a framework for being able to establish kind of larger chunks and the focus of that funding. So it doesn't need to be determined tonight. It really will probably be dependent partially on the interest of the village areas, and also I would add that there is something to be said to argue for the level of economic activity per village, right? So where is the most activity happening? We know there's certain areas obviously have more businesses, have more activity than others. There could be an allocation breakout in that way to say, okay, well, there's this many businesses and activity going on in Peacedale versus Wakefield versus Kingston, and theoretically we could carve out funding based on that. But we don't have all those details worked out yet. I mean, I think that that's going to take some time, but what we really want is for the council to either be able to say, yes, we see that $6 million ought to go towards economic recovery in our business community, and 1.4 million on some of these municipal investments, and 10% of 9 million towards our social service agencies. What will most likely happen is there's going to be some of that funding that either is not sought after. If we put together these grant programs and we don't have enough businesses to seek out the funding, then those funds would be shifted. Again, and it would fall to council to be the final decision makers. This is not the final allotment for each one of these detailed items. This is a way for you to say, yes, we believe these are the focus. As you see, we don't have in here water, sewer, broadband as a focus. But if you recall, back, I think it was the first public session, there was talk about a plan B. If for some reason this funding doesn't all go, which I can't imagine, it won't, but the town has projects that would meet the criteria to invest these funds in. But ultimately, the council would have to pass, for instance, social service grants. We set up a program, there's a timeline for it, apply by this date, applications come in, and then there's a presentation to council that says recommendation is, to award X amount of dollars to the following organizations based on the fact that they've met the criteria that involves this type of spending, and the council would have to weigh in on that. And if it doesn't hit 900,000, or if it exceeds 900,000, the council can make a determination to move funds. But we have to start somewhere with a basic framework for us to be able to move forward, have staff start to work on these programs, and see what kind of response we get, because the clock is ticking. There's really 2 years to commit these funds, and we all know that 2 years is more like 2 months in municipal time.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
You can't sit down. No, you can. You can't.
Yes.
So my question, it's a really good question about where to focus. And so, like, for example, like the Kingston Emporium, where I think like it's a great economic engine part connected to URI, would some of the design money go to help that landlord, the property owner, like reimagine it? So like, would we pick that little, could we pick an area like that? Or are we just sort of hoping that property owner comes to us and says, I have this great piece of property and I'd like to elevate it?
Again, some of the internal discussions that we've had is potential grants in the form of 6 figures on a matching basis. We'll just use the 20 match that an applicant would be eligible for a $100,000 grant to do facade improvements. They would have to put up, the municipality would put up 80 for $100,000. I know on that type of discussion, there are 5 businesses within the village of Wakefield, 4 business owners, 5 buildings who are very interested in that type of program. That's without any advertisement or any significant solicitation. It's them paying attention to your council meetings.
Yep.
But I think as the word spreads, you're potentially going to be there. The town manager and I have spoken about the sidewalk program and having $1 million in there, and also the fact that a majority of the sidewalks within our villages are within the state right of way. We have $1 million in that proposal. There's a possibility that the state of Rhode Island uses money to help improve those sidewalks, or the permitting process becomes so exacerbated that you're going to want to move that $1 million, which potentially, if you're oversubscribed in a facade improvement program, that sidewalk money can go to that program. So I think what the town manager has asked you to really contemplate this evening is there are silos for money, or there are buckets for money. Do you agree with the buckets and the relative amounts within every bucket? Those buckets can be carried to different locations, and it's up to you to decide. And to your point, the Emporium may be a good example. You know, it's within those village areas where the wording is within a half mile of those. If you can create a rational nexus on the economic aspect of the improvement made in that property and how it affects the community, and that would be a good example. But that property may need more than $100,000 grant to do facade improvements. But part of the program also, there was, I think our number keeps moving around a little bit, 62,500. I had 65,000 in there at one point in time. And basically what that is it gives an applicant the ability to come in, work with an architect for upwards of 10 hours at $125 an hour, or $1,250 per applicant to do that revisioning. And then be able to come to you and say, here's my grant application, here's my revisioning of the property, and then the council gets to determine whether they're eligible or not. But I think if I can expand upon that, just if, you know, that property in and of itself could use $1 million upgrade from a facade standpoint, that may be great for that one isolated neighborhood, but is it the best way to spend the money for the community? That's not my decision as your planning director. That's your decision as elected council. We'll provide insight.
Other questions from up here?
Just want, I guess, again, clarification. So there's the small chart on page 2, which is the overview of what we're talking about. Anyway, my clarification point is tonight, this is what you're looking for. Within this chart, we are fluid, and buckets of money, or the pails of right? So this is what you're looking for, is a path to spending this 9.
That's correct.
Okay. And all of those little line items, traffic calming and street lighting, is up for discussion.
That's correct.
Okay, then I am fully on board with the path forward.
I might add, I forget who mentioned it, but the overlap in some areas. We do show, for instance, in the municipal investment side, small amounts. I think there's a $65,000 amount for a youth employment program. We may be better served with an outside agency doing that. We don't know. A mental health professional for camp programs. That's another one that may be better, served by pulling in someone from an existing agency already, if that is available to us. Those things, they can be fluid, but to your point of overlapping, yes.
Do you have a plan of attack for this? Like, is there a certain, are we going to look at the downtown, what is
The broad overview is, I think one of the most critical items that we need to get on board is a dedicated grant and contract manager. This is going to be the point person for dealing with developing a grant, for promoting and putting it out into the community, for ensuring that it meets the criteria of this spending, because that is the most important part of utilizing these funds, is making sure that if someone comes back and audits the town, that all of these programs and initiatives meet the criteria. We do have resources at the state level through the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns. They've been holding weekly meetings in terms of guidance for this type of spending, which has been helpful. But we do need either a dedicated person to be on board to start to develop the programming so that we can get it out into the community, or a third-party contract with an experienced firm who knows how to do that. So that's.
I'm reading your narrative correctly. You see this as a 2-year position? Is that
That's
what
correct.
this is funded as?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions up here? None. It is a public hearing, of course. Welcome public comments. You've sort of heard our discussion up here. We're kind of looking at big buckets of money here. So comments that might be really, useful to us are, do we think that having a breakdown of, 6 million for these sort of infrastructure municipal projects, 900,000 for the outside agencies, is that a good balance? What type of balance do you want to? Or,
my name is Timothy Murphy. I am the president of the Board of Trustees for the South Kingstown Public Library. So I don't have a response to your question about big picture. I'm here to talk about the library's proposal for a bookmobile. Now, $9 million is a lot of money, but we all know that there's so many worthy projects and concepts that money can be distributed pretty quickly. And initially, when discussions began on this, I think the bookmobile concept was viewed favorably by a lot of the council members and people in the community. And I understand that it's kind of fallen somewhat priority. So I'd just like to make a brief pitch to see if we can raise it back up on the priority list. This town is blessed with 3 wonderful libraries, each with its rich history in the building and the community, and they provide all kinds of services way beyond just borrowing books. People come there for information about taxes, for information about voting, to take part in classes, exercise programs, music, a whole wide range of things, and they're just wonderful assets. Unfortunately, during the COVID era, those libraries were closed. We did provide services for people who could drive up and pick up books, but it was fairly limited. But that kind of really brought home to me, and I think to the rest of the board members, the way that the library services really need to be extended beyond the building into parts of our community that are underserved and just don't access the library. This is a big town. Not everybody in this town has a car. There are a lot of communities that are underserved in various ways, whether they're the low-income housing communities or the senior centers or seniors living on their own with really no way to get around. Public transportation is minimal in some areas of the town. So in our view, having a bookmobile to be able to bring the services of a library out to those places where they just might not be able to get to the physical library would be a wonderful service to provide. And we also believe that we could partner with other town agencies, whether it's the recreation department, whether it's the senior center, perhaps even the police, to provide other services through the bookmobile, not just the library, but maybe an exercise program, like a pop-up sort of thing. There's a lot of opportunities for that. There's models for bookmobiles all across the country. There are actually thousands of them in communities, large and small, smaller than our community. So we really think this is a worthy thing for the council to consider, and we hope that you take another look at it and bring it back up on the priority list.
Thanks, Tim. Just to be clear, for outside agencies that have made proposals, nothing tonight is really down to that line item level. We're really looking at, if you want to say, we want to have more funding for the bookmobile, make sense to say that $900,000 figure should go up to $1 million. Yeah. Go. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tim.
Hi, I'm Cateri Collins. I just have a question. I know that I've heard that infrastructure has to be limited to water. I'm forgetting all the different categories. But then I'm also hearing that there's talk about wayfinding signage and sidewalk consideration and economic development. So I'm just wondering, I'm part of the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I was just wondering if some of these funds could be, if it's seen as an economic development thing to have sidewalks along 108 from the police station up to 138, something like that. Would that fall into, is that eligible, or does it not meet the requirements because it's infrastructure that's not?
That would be eligible funding, and it's so eligible that's one of those line items that is contemplated as a sidewalk. So that's definitely.
Okay, great. I'll go back to my committee and we'll come up with some plans. Thank
Yes.
you.
Get excited. Any other comments from the public or any comments online? All right, if we can bring Andrew Gilmartin in, that'd be great.
Good evening. This is Andrew Gilmartin in Saugatucket Road. I have three broad questions. I'm just discovering this process, so I apologize if this has already been covered. But I would be concerned of how many of the proposals will bring future budget staffing or maintenance costs. That is, it's a nice windfall now, but if we do anything that'll cause us to increase our budget in future years, we should avoid that. Has there been any discussion about residential property owner tax relief? I hear a lot about businesses tonight, but for example, I was unemployed for half of last year. And so it would be nice to know whether there's any consideration in that. And the third question was just the $407,000 for public safety and mental health. Do you have any more specifics around that? And that's the extent of my questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Chief will come up here for that last question. One thing, Andrew, is we're not allowed to use funds for tax relief purposes, unfortunately. Chief.
Well, it could be indirect in terms of like, future funding being covered by, which would ordinarily be covered by taxes, would be covered by the ARA.
So just I had some difficulty hearing. The question was just a little bit of explanation on the 407,000 that had been put into the plan.
Yeah.
So was that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, what I envisioned out of this, due to COVID, we've seen a big increase in issues with mental health. People are stressed out. We're wanting to double, if not triple, the amount of calls, dealing with a lot of people. We have a part-time clinician that works with us now. I've moved an officer from the road into community resource engagement. That officer's been doing a fantastic job with engaging our community, doing really, I call it non-enforcement things, like they're not out responding to calls, writing speeding tickets, but they're doing community engagement things, whether it's meeting with people, trying to solve problems. And when I looked at the idea of having real focus on mental health and getting more directly involved with the community, taking that officer from the road, because he was a patrol officer, and moving him into that position created a vacancy for patrol, which I did not fill. So technically, there's a vacancy there. So sometimes we have to fill that with overtime. Because it's been such a big surge of mental health, other social things, the police, myself personally wanting to get back with the community and just try to do what we can, non-enforcement, to try to develop better trust. I envision having another officer inside that unit. So you would have two officers working under our deputy chief. We just newly appointed a deputy chief. So he's spearheading that whole division. It's difficult for one officer to do that and keep up with it. I can tell you that now. And if I pulled another officer from patrols, that's once again going to be another open spot that I can't fill. And that creates overtime exposure for me. And so the idea of taking some of these funds and being able to hire 2 additional officers to replace those officers in patrol and carry that through, that's what I would be looking to do. I had put it in there for a 3-year plan. The 2 officers' salaries and benefits would fall short of the 407, as I indicated in here. So basically, we'd have to take that cost up with our operating budget moving forward. So that's something that the council has to take into account as well, that these 2 positions may be paid for 2 or 3 years, but down the road, I'm going to have to include the additional salaries and benefits in the overall operating budget.
Okay, thank you. So that would be an example of this money being used, well, but would increase our overall costs going forward from year to year. Which is my first question about.
Yes, it would. Year 3, it would increase. My operating budget for the police department would increase, and it would increase if we were to keep those 2 additional officers staffed, and it would increase. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just, I don't hear, as I said, I'm coming late to this, and I haven't heard so far what the ramifications of all this work will be in future budgets. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Terry, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I would point out that some of these items with relation to economic recovery, particularly the grant programs with businesses, require the commitment business side to then move forward with if there's infrastructure improvements that they would on the responsibilities of maintaining in future years whatever it is that's been improved. On the side of the employment piece with relation to the policing and also EMS, the town will also be looking at where, the organizational structure could be changing over time. I mean, there could be positions that, are not backfilled and that the priorities shift, that it wouldn't necessarily be adding and not removing certain positions depending on how the future looks and in terms of the different departmental responsibilities where the needs fall. So I would just make that point as well.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Is there? All right. Kevin Sullivan. Let me bring him. All right, Kevin, I understand that you might be muted. He's not visible yet.
I think I just unmuted. I didn't have the.
We can hear you now.
All right, thank you, Council President. And as usual, thanks to all of you for taking the time to serve the community. So I had like one general question. I've read a good bit of the Treasury Department's requirements for the use of this municipal assistance that has come out. And I don't argue anything on the list or the presentation that town manager put up. I'm wondering if a copy of that could be made available because it's a little tough to go look at line items when someone else is, controlling the PowerPoint. But that being said, I remember seeing things, and I don't know what slides, they were in the infrastructure area, things like traffic calming, I guess those are the speed bumps and stuff like that. Again, I'm no expert on this thing, and I certainly haven't read and or comprehended all of the eligible uses and restrictions thereof. But I fail to see, and believe me, I know how much better a town looks with nice signs and street lighting and landscaping and all that. I fail to see how that addresses any negative impact caused by COVID. And, I fail to see in my reading any allowance for that. It's pretty liberal, but, the infrastructure, I've read a lot of, it's specific to the water treatment of wastewater and broadband. So that was my question in general that I had. And then to follow up to the previous citizen who asked about helping households or individual property owners, there is an allowance for that. It cannot be used to offset taxes, but it can certainly be used to offset residents' lost wages, inability to keep up with their mortgage, et cetera, et cetera. Now, whether that can actually come out of the bucket of 8.9 million that South Kingstown's expecting, I don't know. But anyway, I think you see where I'm going. I'm all in favor of spreading this money around. Again, if we don't create a systemic budget shortfall by creating additional positions or facilities that need regular infusion of funds as time goes by. But I worked with the federal government. somebody mentioned if we ever get audited, the audit will come, and you know, you don't want to be in the position, I wouldn't want to be in a position of having invested funds in a very legitimate and useful fashion, but quote unquote ineligible manner. So that's it. Thank you very much. Just something to keep in mind as you work on this. God bless you. Better you than me doing this one. Break this money out. But thank you. I'll mute
you, Kevin.
myself now.
Thank you. And just to answer one of those, I think the idea behind streetscape improvements and the eligibility would be under economic development, you know, creating more inviting village centers theoretically increases the attractiveness to tourists who might come here. And so I think that's the main argument for that. But it is true that, you know, we could use this money to set up our own little stimulus plan. If we wanted to just cut stimulus checks to people the same way the federal government cut checks to everybody, we could do that with this money. That is an eligible use. It's just we can't use it to offset taxes. Any other comments online, Susan? All right. Any final comments up here or questions? Do we want to, we raised the possibility of continuing this public hearing to the next meeting, or, you know, I think we've got a good sense of the framework here. Sounds like it has good support among us. So leave it up to us whether we want to close the public hearing, but Debbie, you had something.
A couple of things. So in the municipal budget, we typically give for the social service agencies, you know, I think it's like 165,000, which is like a tiny little 1% of our budget. But in this, we're giving them 10% of all that million, of the 9 million. So that it seems so skewed, almost like, well, I don't think it's wrong, but I'm just thinking like, it sounds good for 10%, but in our regular operating budget, we don't give 10% to social or service agencies. So I didn't know, you know, if there was some flexibility in that. And also, I'm thinking about 2 hours ago, we approved cottage zoning where we're gonna increase the density in town when they're on sewer and water. And multiple times we hear about water bans and frustration of residents. So I think to myself, should we go back and talk about infrastructure? Are there smaller projects, or, you know, John had presented a lot of expensive projects. Are there smaller ones? Because if we increase the density in Wakefield, Peacedale, is that going to just exacerbate the water ban? And then when we could solve it now, we're not. So those are my jumbled thoughts about this for everyone to think about.
Thank you. Just to the first point you made, I think one of the reasons why I think the outside agencies would get an outsized slice of this particular budget is because they're really addressing some of the problems that COVID has caused in society, and more so than municipal governments are usually dealing with or capable of dealing with. So really relying on their expertise to help solve those problems makes sense in some way.
To address the infrastructure, I think we need to look to the federal government right now, who's trying to pass that infrastructure bill. And I would assume that that's where the major infrastructure projects will be addressed: water, sewer, roads, bridges, that kind of thing. I think that's the project that the Public Works Director presented to us, was the treatment, building a new treatment facility, water treatment facility for some wells that are loaded with whatever lead, I think it was the problem. And so that's a $5 or $6 million project that I'm hoping is going to be addressed through the federal government's infrastructure. a path that way to that. We don't have a water ban right now, do we? Don't we have just an odd even thing going on? Okay, we have no water ban at the moment. Okay, because I've been adhering to an odd even schedule. My tomatoes are adhering to that odd even schedule. So, I mean, we still, Suez would be the conversation for us to have once the federal government hopefully can enact the infrastructure bill before them. So I think that would be the path to address those issues. And we, being our small community, can have a greater impact putting this money right to the businesses that were really severely impacted by the COVID pandemic and the nonprofits that can help.
Thank you, Terry, for the recommendation given to us. I think this really addresses the main things that we've talked about in our work sessions. I think that doing some sort of an economic stimuli to allow recovery in town is kind of key here, and that's what this does. I'm comfortable with the allotments that you've identified here. It seems to me that a lot of this will come back to us for authorization as to expenditures of the money, which I feel comfortable with as well. So I feel good to enact this tonight, but if the majority of the council is on board with that, great. Otherwise, I'm also fine with keeping this open to the next meeting if we want more comment. So I'm fine either way.
Thank you, Rory. So I guess that if I see no other comments up here, the question is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Discussion? All right, anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Do I hear a motion on 7D?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7D.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion?
I wanted to recognize all the hard work that the town staff has put forward in this. I think it's a great amount of effort that's been achieved in just a few months. And I know that I feel a lot better about the flexibility of the buckets. And I think I look forward to seeing where we go with all of the different aspects of it. Thank you.
Discussion. I would like to echo those sentiments. I would also like to commend, I think it's good to see that amount for the outside agencies go up by a tick. I think that, that is money that is going to be well spent. You get a sort of an amplifier effect through those organizations. This is a critically important piece of what the town is going to be doing over the next 4-6 years even. So it's good. I think we should all be excited for the opportunities that this is going to afford us. So I want to thank the town staff for putting this together. I want to thank all the agencies that came in with proposals. I know it was, pretty quick that we asked for those proposals to come in. There will be a much more thorough process going forward, and we'll look forward to learning more about those proposals at that time. All right. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 8B, we're going to communications now, is an email dated July 12th, 2021 from Stephen Denigris concerning signage at Green Hill Beach that has been received. Is Steve here? I know, Terry, in the work session, you did mention that this is something that town staff has already started to address.
That's correct. We've had public services go out and actually remove the sign that was there because it was littered with bumper stickers and other things that kind of graffiti. So we've got another sign posted. Public services is working on a little bit of more detailed signage as well, because that is a right of way that's heavily used, and people need to know what they can and cannot do. So we're still working on it.
I appreciate you getting right on it. Do I hear a motion on 8B?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion that we refer 8B to the town manager's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8D, an email dated July 13th, 2021 from Kostya Rubchinsky, requesting a waiver of penalty on a late tax payment that has been received and placed on file. Is Kostya here? Or on Zoom too, I suppose we should. All right, well, again, Terry, you spoke to this briefly in the work session. You know, we have pretty stringent policies about when abatements are allowed, but if you wanted to discuss those, just so folks know.
Sure. So in this particular instance, there was the wrong mailing address on the original deed submitted to the tax collector's office. And so that started the ball rolling in the wrong direction. The tax collector's office made great efforts to try to get the correct information. There was communication back and forth. The other thing to note is that general laws do not allow for, regardless of whether a tax bill has been received or sent, does not allow for late payment. Property owners are required to pay their taxes. So unfortunately, this is just one of those things. I will say also that we did not have a huge outcry from other taxpayers that experienced any delay with the U.S. Post Office. So this was just unfortunate, but there's really nothing we can do about it based on the council resolution for tax payments as well as the law.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to place 8D on file.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 8G is a letter dated July 21st, 2021 from Kate Michaud, Town Manager, providing the Warren Town Council's proclamation of International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples and a land acknowledgement statement adopted July 13th, 2021. Coach, that is for the town of Warren, but we could do something very similar here. Would we like to?
I think I agree with you. I think we need to have a statement developed with the local community here to recognize the Native Americans that occupied this land before it was settled by white settlers. So I think we do need to develop the land acknowledgement statement. So I don't know how we do that.
It's a good question. I think we should, you know, potentially either, I know in the past, we've reached out to the Narragansett tribe and it's been tough to get communication going effectively, but Tamaqua Museum might be able to help with some language, both. So if we could reach out, I mean, I think what we can do is we can say we're passing a resolution of this kind, and we can have staff work with outreach to get the right language and bring that back to us at the next meeting. Because I do think, if I read it right, it was August 9th was the date. So if we want to recognize that day, we should act tonight.
So I had reached out to Terry maybe a week or two ago. It was part of our goals and objectives to by I think it was May 10th was the date to reach out to try to set up a meeting with the tribe. Were you successful in doing so?
I have not been successful as of tonight. I do understand that there was outreach previous to my taking the seat that was unsuccessful, but I have not done that yet.
Okay, thank you.
So, the motion?
Yeah.
Yep, the motion would be to direct staff to provide us with a proclamation or a land acknowledgement statement for our August 2nd meeting. August 10th. No. Oh, August 2nd, yeah. We're not going to make this by August 9th, are we, Abel?
But if we pass it tonight, it will be passed. It's just, sometimes we do that. We'll pass the resolution, so it's done, not actually have the final language until the next meeting.
So we're passing the intent of the resolution.
Exactly.
Right. But I just think it would be more inclusive to connect with members of the tribe and not write it in a vacuum of.
Right.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be to give direction to staff to get that input when we make this motion here. If we make this motion here.
I guess I'm confused. So I would not feel comfortable passing any type of resolution like this without first consulting with those to whom it addresses. So I'm
I have a suggestion.
I'm not going to speak for members of the
Mike.
tribe. I have no intention of doing so.
So tonight, why don't you simply recognize the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples celebration, which is August 9th. You can certainly recognize that. And then at some future point, with input that you're looking for, you can adopt an actual resolution.
I like that idea.
So I will amend my motion to what the solicitor just said.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion? All right, do you need any more clarification? You sort of got the idea? Okay. Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 8H, letters dated July 21st, 2021 from Timothy Murphy, President on behalf of the South Kingstown Library Board of Trustees to outgoing University of Rhode Island President David Dooley and incoming University of Rhode Island President Mark Parlange, expressing concerns regarding parking at the Kingston Free Library. Tim, do you want to?
So I believe that Susan Axelrod of the Kingston Improvement Association brought this problem to the attention of the town council in the last couple of meetings. And in a nutshell, as part of the reconstruction of Upper College Road that URI is doing, the library is losing parking spaces on Upper College Road, but also the university wants to take back the 6 spaces in the parking lot across the street in the Gateway apartment complex that have been used and reserved for the library for more than 30 years. And there had been an agreement between the URI and DOT back when they did a previous reconstruction of that road for those 6 spots to be reserved for the library. It's a big concern for the library and the community because parking is almost non-existent. If those 6 spaces go away, it's a very tough spot because of the student traffic, because of the traffic on 138. So I reached out to the URI president and the new incoming president, and through the offices of the town manager, we had a meeting this morning at the Kingston Library with university representatives and Councilwomen Bergner and Kelso. And the URI representatives were pretty adamant that they do not want to back off that plan, that they think they really need those 6 spaces to add to their 5,000 parking spaces. Our view was, I think you could live without 6 spaces, and we really need them. So that was the message we tried to convey. The way we ended the meeting was a request that URI delay their take back of these 6 spaces to give us and the town time to explore other options in the community, in the Kingston area. There may be other options where we can find parking for the library to replace those 6 spots. There's no need to take them away right now. So that is where we stand. I sent another letter today to the president and the incoming president, kind of reiterating that concern and also noting that back in the 1800s, when the Land Grant Act was passed and there was money to buy property around the states to put colleges. It was residents of Kingston who raised $2,000 for the $5,000 that ultimately was paid to buy Watson Farm to create the University of Rhode Island. A few years later, there were fires at the university and students and classes were displaced. Residents of Kingston took students into their homes. There were classes moved into the library building, into the old courthouse building. And I think it's very ironic that, the university now for 6 parking spaces is potentially endangering the future of that historic building. So I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of at least delay for this while we explore other options, and hopefully we can come up with a good solution. I appreciate the town council's concern on this, and we'll see where we go from here.
Thank you, Tim.
Any questions? Or
Terry, I got a question for you. No, as we've talked about this, you've talked about a private property that is adjacent to the library that's privately owned. Is there any opportunity there for acquisition or lease and paving and creating parking spaces?
That was discussed today at the meeting. The town has made an effort to reach out to the owners. It's a complicated real estate issue with multiple family members owning the real estate. We're not ruling it out. It may take more than a town staff level involvement, but a real estate person to reach out to the owner, the primary owner, to find out if we can make some kind of deal in terms of acquiring part of the property, but that's going to take some time.
Other than the delaying of the construction, which removes the 6 spots there for the library, other than this privately owned property, are there other opportunities to create more parking for this library?
We've explored the neighboring facilities. One is the South County Art Association. They have some parking in the back, although they have also become quite busy post-COVID, and the activity level of that organization probably wouldn't allow for a handful of parking spaces to be available on a regular basis. So there's parking on 138, adjacent to 138, and there are 2 spaces planned to be put back as you turn right onto Upper College Road. And there's 2 spaces on the library property. Otherwise, at this point, there is some parking that's been made available, I think unofficially through the Kingston Congregational Church, but it does require crossing 138, and that is problematic currently with the way 138 is designed and the crosswalks and the lack of a sidewalk right there on the side of the church. So we're going to continue to see what we can make happen. I'm not sure where that will lead, but that property behind the library probably is our biggest hope, I guess.
Thank you.
just for clarification, Rory, there is a piece of property directly behind the library, a nice grassy lot. And people have said, why don't you try to acquire that? Well, it turns out that that's a historical cemetery. It's not marked right now, but I think there are efforts to get a sign there. But many of the founders of Kingston, the Peckhams, and the other families of Kingston are buried there. So that would not be an option directly behind the library.
Good evening, Laurel Clark. I just want to make one clarification. This isn't delaying any construction. They just want their spots back, plain and simple. Thank you.
So, yeah, it's frustrating because I think we try to be good neighbors to URI and accommodate their requests for infrastructure help. You know, I recall when they were creating their new welcoming center that we switched a road over into their purview. You'd think that would earn us some give and take. I think probably we need to keep making those requests, and then maybe our state delegation can put a little more pressure on them from, at least they have some purse string control over the university.
We did ask for a delay. We're going to lose those parking spaces on September 1st when URI opens again. So we asked for a delay. They still have to decide if we can just hang on to the spots while we pursue this messy title, pursue DOT making some changes. I mean, it doesn't look like in 6 weeks we're going to work that miracle, because the title is really messy and it's going to take a professional to hunt down the title. So they didn't seem particularly fond of this giving of not taking the sets, they don't seem to be willing to leave us with the 6 spots. So we might be in a different situation in 6 weeks. So I think it was interesting to know that the church has parking, but as Laurel pointed out today, there's weddings and funerals, so that the parking lot isn't always available, and it isn't an easy cross. So stay tuned.
Do I hear a motion on this item?
I'll make the motion that we continue the discussion with the parties involved and try to come to some resolution. So item H, we would refer to the town manager's office.
Second.
Oh, we have a motion, second. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8I, an email dated July 22nd, 2021 from Councilwoman Deborah Bergner, requesting a resolution recognizing members of the Union Fire District for saving the life of a man and his dog from a fire at their home. This has been received and placed on file. Councilwoman?
I just feel like we have a volunteer fire staff that's amazing, and we want to recognize 6 people doing great work and saving a person and a dog. So that's all, simple.
Very good. Do I hear a motion?
So the motion would be to direct staff to present the resolution to the firefighters who were involved in the heroics.
Second.
A motion, you have a second. Is there further discussion? Mike, you're looking at me with a perplexed look. You want more clarification on that?
I think what you're looking for is a resolution, and then you probably invite them to a council meeting to present it, right? I'm sure that was the intent, but I think that's what the intent.
Yes. Okay.
Just clarify that, that's all.
Motion second, that is the idea. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item 9, comments from interested citizens. Now, thank you for sticking with us for this long. I know it's been a busy agenda. If you would like to come up to the podium and say something, please do. Just state your name for the record.
I hope this is an appropriate time to say this. I just wanted to talk about the school committee appointments. Is that okay to make a comment on that?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Kateri Collins, and I would like to express my hopes regarding your appointment of 2 school committee members. I ask that you choose 2 candidates who will serve with integrity. I urge you to choose someone who is going to consider the facts, the difficult nuances inherent in any decision, someone who will resist being drawn into the toxic fray of social media. Our town needs leadership that is mature and communicative, someone who is committed to keeping the public in the loop while sticking to informed, measured, data-driven decisions which serve all members of the school committee, school community with compassion, respect, and professionalism. I also urge you to choose someone who is committed to our schools and town becoming a more equitable place, someone who is passionate about putting systems in place to ensure that every child has an equal chance for success, someone who acknowledges that our school community needs policies, training, guidance, and materials to support an anti-racist education, someone who is devoted to reaching and supporting all families in their pursuit of raising our next generation. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone on Zoom? All right. Any comments up here from town council? All right, we'll move it along. Brings us to the town manager's report.
Just a few items as a reminder. There are 2 meetings next week, August 2nd for your school committee applicant interviews and August 5th for potential appointment of those vacant spots. Also, you had received a memorandum from the town clerk relative to the request for the Democratic and the Republican town committees to submit names for the Board of Canvassers. So you do have those in your packets this evening, or last week you got them, forget which. Susan, I don't know if there was anything you needed to add to that, but you've got the recommendations there so that you can appoint alternates to the Board of Canvassers.
Yes, I guess a question for us would be, now that we have those candidates, do we ask them in for interviews? Is that
I see the Democratic Town Committee has only appointed one person.
Usually you just follow the recommendations of the committees. They're the ones who have come up with the names for you.
Yes, we could still call them in for interviews though. So. Anyway, something to think about. Don't have to do it tonight. Anything else, Terry?
Just you also had an invitation from the police chief to National Night Out, which is August, what did I get that wrong? August 3rd, and at Hazard Field. So you're all invited to attend that. And then finally, I mentioned in the work session, I am not recommending a renewal of the Executive Order 2020-14, the Fourth Amendment for the COVID-19 admin leave, because at this point, it appears that there is not a need for it. It has not been used in the past 4 months. We're hopeful that it'll stay that way. So just wanted to make you aware of that. And unless you have any questions, I have nothing further.
Questions for Terry?
You and I had talked about the little hunting update.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Truston Pond and the concern with regard to bow hunting. We do have, and I think the chief of police did mention this, there are no parking signs on Matunic Schoolhouse Road. So those are in place. I also understand that the arrangement for the bow hunting is a week in September, a week in October,
November and December.
November and December, at which time Truston Pond is closed to walkers and hikers. So it's just for hunters, and there's a minimum number of permits issued, which is, I believe, 10 per week, according to Senator Reed's office. So there is some restraints put on the use of Truston Pond at that time. And there still needs, I will still follow up with the federal delegation in terms of what else might be done
with regard
Some
to that.
upset bird watchers, in my opinion. All right, other questions for Terry?
During that time, will there be adequate signage to inform people that not only is it closed, but it is open for hunting?
Right, so that will, I'll follow up on that. I would assume, I don't want to assume, but I would think that a federal fish and wildlife area would be signed properly.
All right. There's nothing else. We'll move along to appointments. Did have one interviewee tonight.
I move to appoint Joanne Blessing, reappoint her to the Recreation Commission.
Second.
A motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 11B is consideration and selection of standard questions to be asked of applicants for the school committee during the interview process. We have a list of 40 questions that were suggested from various folks. I believe Councilwoman Kelso put some thought into organizing those 40 questions, which I appreciate. So tonight, let's sort of think about whittling that list down, I think, because we do have a lot of applicants, and this interview session could run very long if we go through 40 questions with each one of them. Yeah.
So I did spend some time going through question by question, and I put them in buckets, thematically, right? So those themes, since they were recurring questions, things that were similar in nature. So the first one would be regarding the superintendent themselves, the search process, and the actual role of the superintendent. And there's 4 questions, if you want to follow along, that I thought pertain to this, and that's 6, 11, 16, and 31. Many questions involve candidates' own resumes, personal experiences, temperament, and questions that pertain to that were 7, 8, 10, 12, 24, 27, 29, 33, 35, and 40. The third theme would be the school committee itself. And then within that, I broke it out into some different questions there. One, trust came up a number of times, trust in the school committee, earning back trust, how to expand on the trust they have. Those questions were 3, 17, 23, and 37. There is a question that just addresses what do you think the role of the school committee is, and that's question 2. And then priorities of the school committee were 9, 28, and 30. Communication issues were 4, 32, and 34. The next thematic bucket were facilities. There's 3 questions that address that, 5, 19, and 20. I put enrollment and redistricting in the same bucket, and that was 13 and 18. Equity is another big theme, and questions 14, 15, 25, 26, and 38 addressed that or danced around the issue. And then program questions just related to actual programming or curriculum within the schools themselves. That was 21, 22, and 36. So my thoughts on how we should proceed were to maybe take a question from each category and let our intent last time we met was to have the school committee candidates know the questions in advance, have access to the questions in advance. So maybe we could narrow down the 40 within the themes to a couple each, let the school committee candidates be made aware of that question may come at them. And then we'd still have some wiggle room that night to redress or ask a question out of the blue if need be. There are 12 candidates who can attend in person and one that Councilwoman Rose has said is available for Zoom. If we gave each candidate 15 minutes, which is not a lot of time, we'd still be 3+ hours, right? We'd be here 4 hours. We'd be 4 hours. I don't know how to get around that. I'm not in favor of narrowing the field prior to August 2nd. I think everybody who says they're interested deserves to be heard. So I think we just need to plan on a long evening. And then, so I gave some thought to, okay, so Abel runs the interview process. We have 5 members of the school committee with us as well. So he's going to have to say, okay, you get a question, you get a question, you know, you get a question, and go somehow make that an equitable process for the, you know, the 10 of us sitting around this table. So we need to work through those as well. You know, this is a daunting task because of the number of candidates. And I think everybody deserves to be heard. So those are my thoughts. Not that I put any time into this, but I really feel strongly that we have an obligation to the candidates as well as to the citizens of South Kingstown to be thoughtful in the process.
You did a ton of work thematizing, so that I can't even imagine. But I do think that's where we need to go. If we can take maybe your notes and rework the 40 into the bucket so they're organized. I like that. I agree that 15 minutes sounds really short. I mean, people could probably talk a good 5 minutes on some of these questions, and the depth of knowledge of the applicants. People could probably talk an hour on redistricting or consolidation or whatever. So we need to sort of agree to, like, whatever the time frame is, but 13 times 20 minutes is still, it's 6 hours, right? And we start at 7. So, and I just think it's unfair to the person who's probably worked all day and lived their life to say, you're at 11:20, thanks for coming by. Like,
that so we can schedule, right? So we don't have to bring all 13 people in here at 7 o'clock, and we're not going to get to somebody until 10 p.m., right? We can say, however they, you know, whatever alphabetically or however date they applied, that's the way we're going to call you, right? So I think we should do that, number one, because I don't think it's fair to somebody to, you know, be sitting here from 7 o'clock until 10:15. And just to be, I don't know, like appreciative of their time and investment, you know, in the community, that we should at least do that, give people a time. Maybe we were hasty in saying we're going to interview on August 2nd and appoint on August 5th. Maybe we were hasty, right? Maybe we should be saying we're going to do half the interviews on August 6th and the other half on August 5th. And then we'll appoint at our regular meeting on the 10th, right? Personally, I think that's a better way to go. Is it too late to change the process? No. Okay. So I think this is a much better way to go, is to now break these candidates up into 2, and you know, the school committee will have to join us on the 5th if they can. But I don't see another real, I don't know, like, you know, a way to be true to the process without breaking this up. So that gives us 6 and 7, and at 20 minutes each, we're in better shape, right?
definitely better.
Yeah.
So,
And I do think that you know, if the school committee members cannot make it the next night, you know, if we're asking everybody the same basic questions, they'll have a feel for it the first night. They can catch up with it, you know, on clerk base and give us some feedback before August 10th.
If there's a member that can't make it, right? they could say, hey, here's my question, right? So Abel says, okay, it's school committee member D's turn to ask the question, but she couldn't be here, so I'm going to ask the question for her, right? So that would be a way to make that a little more equitable if there is a school committee member that can't be with us.
So to my point earlier about the, one of the applicants only being available via Zoom, is there a potential to set this up as a Zoom meeting? That way, right? So we can, even though we're not under a mandate that we're required to, we still can do it, right? So if we can, instead of ending hybrids, if we continue it past this meeting. Well, right? Am I making sense?
So,
okay.
Yeah, we don't have to worry.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it seems easy.
Or
I know we can't do it for an
or at least,
extended.
or at least for that one applicant.
But does the law say, so we put out this thing today that if you were going to come before us, you had to be here in person, right? If you were a committee. Is that our rule or is that the state? So today we said if you were applying for a board, right, if you had to be here in person.
Right, that's your rule.
That's our rule.
That's your rule. You could.
I'd like to change
So
that.
the
I would
law
too.
says you all have to be here. You must be here. But participants do not have to be here.
Would that allow school committee members to attend via Zoom as well?
No.
Or would that, because
No,
they're
school
on,
committee members would have
to be in person?
Yes.
Okay.
So right now we have it organized as the 2nd and the 5th. Can we change that to the 4th and the 5th? Make it back to back, Wednesday, Thursday, as opposed to Monday, Thursday? Yep. They're not aware of the 5th.
Well, they were aware that we were going to appoint on the
Yes.
5th, but we, we did. I don't want to renege on that, Rory.
Okay.
So I'm hearing consensus around splitting the interviews up into 2 nights. I think that's reasonable with the number of applicants. And I see that there are a couple applicants who are here. Look like they want to say something. I'll allow that.
I just want to point out from the last meeting and from the school committee retreat today that the school committee, I believe, has a meeting on the 10th, and they were hoping that the appointments would be made before the meeting, their next meeting. I think it's Tuesday.
that's right, 'cause-
I think it's Tuesday the 10th because I believe Monday's a holiday. So I just wanted to remind you guys of that timing.
Okay, so there's the possibility of us doing 3 meetings in that week, I suppose. If we wanted to make appointments before their meeting as they would like. Or, I mean, they can wait.
So we could do the 2nd of interviews, the 5th have interviews and appoint on the 6th? I mean, or do you want to do 2, 4, and 5? I mean,
You have a problem on the 2nd?
no. The 5th would, well, the 5th could be short.
Right, yeah, it could be.
I just feel like, and I'm sure you all agree, this is too important to not give it the service and process it deserves. So I'm willing to spend however much time it is to take to do it right, because this is not an everyday thing. So the 2nd for sure. The 3rd, we have an invitation to the Fish and Wildlife hunting at Trustham. So I was planning on going to that. So it's either 4 or 5 or 5 and 6.
Terry.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Just in terms of remote applicants? Is there just going to be the one? We need to coordinate IT resources to be here, and we have limited staff next week because we know that one person is on vacation. So I just wanted to confirm it's one person on either the 2nd or the 5th. Okay.
Yes. All right. Special exception for that.
Well, let's follow up with him to see if he can do the 5th first, because if we don't, right, he can do the 2nd by Zoom, but he could perhaps make it to in person on the 5th. I know it just coincided with a trip he had planned, so I don't know if that would be helpful.
So yeah, he'll either Zoom in on the 2nd or he'll be here on the 5th. Or she, I'm sorry. I don't want to make this. That's good. All right, so now about the questions.
Well, we didn't decide the date.
It sounded like 2nd, 4th, 5th to me. I don't know. Yes. Anybody opposed to the 2nd, 4th, 5th? Okay. The 2nd, 4th, 5th. And while Susan checks about the availability of the room, do we want to start the discussion about the questions?
I got a question for you, Abel. Because there's going to be, I think 7 school committee members, 5 council members asking questions. As a suggestion, maybe having allotted time per school committee, town council member as to the question they want to ask. Is that something we should consider?
Yes, I had 10 of us, right? Because there's that is true. Yes.
Abel wouldn't be asking to follow up.
I think, we'll all have to keep in mind that in the essence of time, right? This is when I wish we had like a Google Doc, because we could work on the screen really quickly, because I think you did all the legwork, person work, but we don't have, so we need to go back or read them up, read the themes off again.
Right, we can do it right now.
Yep.
And, okay, so the first theme would be regarding the superintendent search, right?
Okay,
And so questions 6, 11, 16, and 31.
hold on. Okay.
6, 11, 13. Wait a minute, nope, I'm wrong there. 16, I'm wrong, not 13, 16. 6, 11, 16.
Mhm.
And then 31. All say the same thing, right? What qualities, attributes, qualifications would be, are you looking for in the next superintendent? Okay. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. The next big batch of questions are about candidates' own personal experiences and strengths and those kinds of things. There's a lot of questions that address this. 7, 8, 10. 7 is asking, do they have any budgeting experience? 8 is asking for how do you collaborate, work effectively with others? 10 is experience do you offer in terms of local government, policy making, all resume kind of questions. 12, 24, 27, what's your ability to work effectively? Anyway, somebody pick something, 12, 24, 27, 29, 33, 35, and 40. 40 asks about what experiences in your high school years do you think helped you or hurt you? I mean, these are all personal resume building questions.
I like how 12 is worded because it does ask for an example.
I'm fine with 12.
Oh, you want us to pick right now?
Yeah. We have to give these questions to the candidates for next Monday.
I would give them all 40 and say, any of these will be asked. And well, they'd be prepared. So we have to pick out of this 7, 10, 9. I would actually say,
I mean, I would say it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the wording of one of these questions. If we think that there's like a combination of a couple of these questions, could be that,
So that was my kind of idea last time we met, was I was saying I don't want to ask specific questions, but everybody else felt differently than I did. I felt like we should give the candidates the themes, right? So we're going to ask you about your personal life experience, maybe in regard to consensus building or budgeting, or you know what I mean, and not ask the specific questions, just give them themes. And you should be prepared to speak on the current state of facilities and where do you want to go from there, right? You should be prepared to speak on the declining enrollment and what how do you want that addressed, or redistricting, what do you think should happen there? I think asking specific questions, again, pigeonholes us into a spot. I mean, that like each candidate's going to have different lived experiences, right? And I don't know. I think giving candidates the themes is better than
that's fine.
Specific questions.
I agree, Deb. I think as the people doing the interviewing, I feel like we'll be very confined if we're limited to the questions on the sheet. I feel like there should be a sense of just sort of go off the cuff, see how they react, sort of stay within the confines of the themes categories, but not limited to the questions on the sheet. So I would support giving them a general idea or gist of categories for which we'll address, but not giving them the actual questions that we expect answers from.
Because we don't know those, I mean, my question today might be very different than it is next Monday, right? Something comes to me on Wednesday and I go, why didn't I think of that, right? So that's why I like the idea of, that's why I put them into these theme buckets, because they were recurring.
Right. So what are they? What are the?
They are superintendent search.
Yep.
Candidates' experiences, resume wide, school committee.
That's number 3.
Number 3. There are subcategories: building trust, priorities, and communication within the school committee itself. Facilities is number 4. Enrollment and redistricting is 5. Equity is 6. And curriculum is 7. That's all I have, but if somebody else may read these questions differently than I do and see a different theme, but that's what I pulled out of it.
I think it's helpful to have those buckets. And now that we all have this list in front of us, that can sort of guide us as to what we ask within those buckets, right? So we will use this list for our reference, and we will not send the questions out directly to the candidates.
Right, because what question you submitted, you may want to ask. Right? The question you submitted regarding enrollment, I'm not saying you did, but you may have, that may be your question that night to a candidate.
Right. And and we don't know, I mean, hopefully it will be a quiet week, but you never know what will happen, and you might want to ask something else.
But in theory, there's 10 of us. So each theme should be represented once, and then someone may go back and ask a follow-up to committee question or the personal experiences / resume. That's huge. It's like 10 questions in there. Right? But we would want each candidate to have each bucket, a question from each bucket. Right? It would be unfair to say we never asked a budgeting question to person 12, but 5, 6, 7, and 8 all got a budgeting question. Just unfair. It doesn't have to be the same one. It just has to be a representative budgeting question, which was whatever one that was. We'll have to, is she allowed to reorganize and provide us with a document? Is Deb,
That would be helpful, I think.
I don't want to put work on you. I could do it myself if you give it to me.
As long as there's no collaboration, you could take those themes and then send them back out to everyone.
It would have been easier.
Print it out, write down my themes next to it, right? But if I had this as a Word document, I could put all of these questions in a bucket. Right, but and putting it to us, it came as a PDF. So yes, I could do this and send it out. Put it out.
Right, but let me be clear on something. You can do that and you can give it back out. But what you cannot do is have all of you say, yes, this is good.
I don't think we're going to change any of the questions.
No, as long as you don't change anything, and then Terry will be able to send those themed buckets out to each of the candidates along with telling them what time they're going to arrive.
So this, really, all I'm doing is some secretarial work, right? And sending it back because
executive functioning, I'm going to call it.
Executive assistant. There we go.
Do you want a Word doc so that you don't, okay,
Well,
I just wanted to make sure.
I don't have to, I wasn't going to retype the whole thing. I could have, but I wasn't going to. Okay, that works. So we have the themes we're going to send to the, and we'll have a bunch of questions in each theme.
Works for me.
And we can send this to the school committee members as well. Is that correct? Okay.
And Susan, did the dates work? Okay.
What time do we start on Monday? 6:30 or 7? 7? Okay, maybe we'll start a little earlier on the other day.
One more fly in the ointment. So now we need to separate the candidates into 2 buckets, right? Into 2 dates.
To them.
Right.
To invite them for a specific.
So if we have 6 candidates a night over the course of 3 hours, right, which is reasonable, 20 minutes a candidate, do you think that's reasonable? Do you think that's too long, too short?
I think in my experience with interviewing lots of people, yeah, 20 is good. Because we're not debriefing in between, but we might want to have a break. I don't know, 6 isn't that bad. 6 20-minute interviews is easy.
2 hours then on both nights, right? So we say to candidates 1, 2, and 3, you're in between 7 and 8. And 4, 5, and 6, you're coming between 8 and 9. Be here for 8 o'clock.
Right.
right?
Can they self-select their day?
I don't know. That's.
I guess we would have to
I don't,
do
I
like
see, I would just let them pick.
yeah, but you know, so it's
But
gonna
is
be
it
sort of
fair?
first come, first
Hunger
serve.
Games, right?
I have to find out whether they're available on those days.
Yeah.
Right. And then, and provide them with the,
You might wind up with 8 on one night.
Well, that would be fine too.
Yeah. 13. Yeah.
Whatever.
It's all just gonna magically work out. I can tell.
There's no special election. You'll be just fine. I'll help you.
All right. So we have a game plan, basically here.
Just to reiterate, we're doing invitations to the candidates to interview in 2 batches on the 2nd and the 4th. It's Monday and Wednesday. And then Thursday night, a regular session at which you will make appointments.
Correct. Yep.
Do you want to keep a 7 p.m. start time for the Monday and Wednesday? Yes. And do you want to keep 7:30 for Thursday? Or do that one at 7 o'clock?
no, just needed 7:30.
Yes, please.
Right. Very good.
Glad you remembered I needed 7:30 on Thursday.
Any final comments on this item?
I think I've said enough.
Thank you very much for all your hard work. 'Cause you did it. Thank you.
All the candidates luck in preparing for this gauntlet. We'll try to treat you all very kindly. All right, that brings us to 12, which is new business. 12C is a resolution authorizing the tax assessor to abate taxes in the total amount of $27,422.09, as shown on tax abatement request number 589.
Motion to approve item 12C.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12D is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Inland Water Pipeline Services of Johnston for hauling services at the unit price of $1,250 per event, with funding from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund unassigned net assets, further described in a memo from the Public Services Director of the Town Manager dated July 15th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12D.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12E is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Avaqua Water Technologies of Chicago, Illinois for bioxide at the unit price of $2.86 per gallon, further described in a memo from the Public Services Director to the interim town manager dated July 13th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12E.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12F, a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Atlantic Coast Polymer of Lauderdale by the Sea, Florida, for polymer at the unit price of $2.23, further described in a memo from the Public Services Director to the Town Manager dated July 13th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12F.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12G, a resolution authorizing an award of bid to Martone Service Company of Narragansett, Rhode Island for painting and rehabilitation of the Peacedale office building in accordance with bid specifications in an amount not to exceed $59,617, including a contingency with funding appropriated from the Peacedale office building unassigned fund balance. That is in a memo from the facility superintendent to the interim town manager dated July 20th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12G.
Deb Bergner, I can second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12H is a resolution authorizing the purchase from Hayes Pump of Concord, Mass. Of Mission Alarm Systems in an amount not to exceed $10,471, including a $1,000 contingency, further detailed in a memo from the Public Services Director to the interim town manager dated July 21st.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12H.
Second?
A motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12I is a resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency adopted at an emergency session on March 15th and subsequent 2020, subsequently renewed on April 13th, May 11th, June 8th, July 13th, August 11th, September 14th, October 13th, November 9th, December 14th, all of 2020, January 11th, January 25th, February 22nd, March 22nd, April 26th, May 24th, and June 28th of this year, as shown on Exhibit 2.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12I.
A second?
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Again, we're doing this to keep in accordance with the stated declaration of emergency at the state level by Governor McKee. Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously and brings us to the end of tonight's public agenda. Thank you for staying. I will now have to ask you to leave because we're going to go to a closed executive session. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve, motion to move to a closed executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-465A1 to discuss matters pertaining to investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either criminal or civil. Ray, AFL-CIO Mailer.
Second?
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. We'll see you after this.
No, she went in there with a mindset and that was it. She was rigid in her. You can talk about it. It wasn't like a, yeah.
All right, we are back, and we will need a motion to close the,
So moved.
Second.
we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
Motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And we are done. It is 11:22.